Chapter 2257. Mrs. Lee didn't say anything more, but raised her hand to cover her forehead and closed her eyes tiredly. She had a nervous headache, which couldn't be controlled by drugs. Rest was the best treatment. But with so many things at present, how could she be allowed to rest? Well, you'd better rest more and think less. I'll ask Li Yuan to accompany you to the sanatorium in High Province for a month. The deputy chief of staff Du had always respected his wife, and he didn't feel good when he saw her having a headache and suffering. The nanny knocked on the door with a hot towel in her hand and came in. The deputy chief of staff Du asked the nanny to leave and served her by himself. The hot towel was put on her forehead, and Mrs. Lee said, comfortably in a low voice. She pressed the hot towel with the back of her hand and replied weakly, "I'll ask Schumann to find old Xia later. You can only rely on yourself in the army. I'll help you if I can. Family Xia is really the nemesis of our Du family." Kai Wei was not suppressed by old Xia's son, but he was suppressed by Xia Anbang's son. My eldest daughter was also suppressed by Xia Anbang's daughter. I'm angry when I think about it. Mrs. Li, who was strong by nature, was a little angry when she thought that her children were being suppressed everywhere. The only thing that made her feel a little comfortable was that she was not suppressed by Xiao Shuman's son. Otherwise, she would be so angry that her life would be shortened. The deputy chief of staff Du was also helpless that his children were always inferior to family Xia, but what could he do? After all, the foundation of the Du family was a little shallow. How could it be compared with family Xia? Master Xia had 5 sons and 1 daughter. Except for the second son, Xia Anbang, who had been the Minister of Public Security, who died in the line of duty, the eldest son, Xia Angua, the third son, Xia Xinhui, the fourth son, Xia Jiaza, and his daughter, Xia Sujuan. Which one of them wasn't a powerful figure who would shake the ground 3 times when they went out? The Du family was no match for family Xia. The deputy chief of staff Du knew very well, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, he would make his wife, who worked hard for the family, angry. But with his wife's temper, he couldn't change the topic if she wanted to talk about something. He had to continue with the topic. After pondering for a while, Deputy Chief of Staff Du comforted Madame Li with a smile. "You didn't say that before. You always mentioned that as long as our eldest son, Kai Wei, is better than Shirley's son. Now Kai Wei is a regiment commander while Shirley's son is a major. You've already won. If I want to win, I will win for the rest of my life." At the moment when Madame Li slowly opened her eyes, a strange cold light flashed through her deep eyes. Didn't those people often say secretly that Xiao Shuman was luckier than her? She wanted to let them see who was more fortunate between her and Xiao Shuman. She was a divorcee who didn't even acknowledge her only son. How could that be considered a blessing? This was called bad luck. You're already a grandmother, but you're still so stubborn. The deputy chief of staff Du was a little helpless. He didn't know why his wife wanted to compete with Shirley's ex-wife, Xiao Shuman. They had been in contact with each other for decades and had a good relationship. Xiao Shuman was far away from home. Whenever she needed his wife's help, his wife, who couldn't get away from abroad, would try her best to help her regardless of money or manpower. Speaking of a good relationship, his wife's expression would be a little gloomy every time Xiao Shuman was mentioned. He really didn't understand why. Xiao Shuman is all alone now. Why do you still want to compete with her? You, don't worry about it. I'll keep an eye on Shirley's son. Don't worry about him. Chapter 2258. Madame Li snorted coldly. With a sneer on her tired face, a few sharp wrinkles appeared at the corners of her mouth. People live to fight for their dignity. When I was young, there were always people who liked to compare me with her. After the comparison, they said that I, Li Qinglan, was not as good as Shuman. I don't believe that she, a lady who has no relatives and is in trouble, can beat me. I'm determined to fight for my dignity. Look, haven't I won now? When she was in trouble, I helped her without hesitation. When she was in trouble, I worried about her. Now, who dares to compare me with her? Who dares to say that she is better than me? She is divorced, and even her son doesn't recognize her. But what about me? I have children, and even my eldest grandson is 4 years old. But what does she have? Nothing. Except for herself, she doesn't even have a close friend. The deputy chief of staff was stunned. After a long while, he laughed and said, Madam, I really admire you. You can fight for your dignity for decades. I have no choice but to admire you. Our family can be where we are today because of your help. So, you are not in good health now. I am very worried. Since the outcome of the battle between you and Xiao Shuman has been decided, you don't have to worry about it. If it doesn't work, I will ask the eldest son's wife to take our grandson to High Province for a vacation to relax. The eldest son, Du Kaiwei, was already married and had a son who was 4 years old this year. Thinking of her good friend Xiao Shuman's current situation and her only grandson, Madame Li's gloominess dissipated a lot. Forget it. Don't bother the eldest son's family. I am not a big problem. When the matter in Nan province is solved, I will feel better and my headache will naturally go away. Madame Li, who had a slight headache after applying several hot towels, could not help but think of Yi Ying when Nan province was mentioned. Thinking of Yi Ying, she remembered that she went to the brothel yesterday and heard several noble ladies next door talking and eating. Her head, which had finally calmed down, suddenly throbbed with pain, as if it was being pricked by needles. Yi Ying. It was this bitch who made her the laughingstock of the upper-class circle in the capital. Did she think that after paying a fine and going to the police station for a few days, everything would be fine? In her dreams. Since she liked to change men so much, he would let her change men several times a day. Madame Li had always been ruthless in her dealings. Now that Sun Ying, whose surname was Sun, wanted to escape safely, it was simply wishful thinking. It was impossible. Madame Li, who had a splitting headache and had to take 2 painkillers, waited for the deputy chief of staff to leave. With a fierce look on her face, she called Du Kongyue, the eldest brother of the deputy chief of staff who was now the second in command of your province. Yi Ying definitely wanted to come out. Alright, then let her come out first. Once she came out, she would definitely make her life a living hell. With Madame Li's intervention, just as Xia Jinyuan had said, they did not have to care about Yi Ying anymore. They just had to focus on their own lives. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting respectfully in front of the old man and being scrutinized by the old man, maintained the standard sitting posture of a soldier. His expression and breathing were relaxed, and he tried his best to make himself look natural in front of the old man. The young lieutenant colonel, who was restless even when recuperating, walked out of Commander-in-Chief Xia's office. When he heard his brother-in-law say that he was sending his girlfriend back to Dangue Garden, Lieutenant Colonel Xia made up his mind to follow. Commander-in-Chief Xia was even more supportive. He said from behind the 3 of them, Lao Lu, accompany Xiao Yi to visit the old man. Remember to bring some gifts. Don't be rude. Chapter 2259. Xiao Yi was very outstanding. In the past, when she was held tightly by his son, he was still a little worried that his daughter-in-law would be snatched away by other outstanding men. Now that his daughter-in-law had become Old Master Fu's granddaughter, he was even more nervous. Old Master Fu had dedicated his entire life to the country. He was involved in the 3 major fields of missiles, atomic bombs, and space satellites. There were countless outstanding students under Old Master Fu's tutelage, and countless outstanding students who were still unmarried. If Old Master Fu brought Xiao Yi to a blind date on a whim one day, he would be worried for 6th brother whenever he thought of that scene. With Xiao Yi's appearance, talent, and ability, only Old Master Fu would look down on others. No one would look down on Xiao Yi. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was afraid that his future daughter-in-law would be snatched away, felt that he was really worried sick. He had to hurry up and express his feelings in front of Old Master Fu before everything started. At the same time, he had to show his face and leave a good impression. As a father, he thought a little too much, but as a son, he didn't think so much. It was definitely necessary for him to pay a visit and show his face in front of Old Master Fu to leave a good impression. As for whether Yi Qian would be snatched away by other outstanding men, Xia Jinyuan didn't think in that direction. Old Master Fu's gaze was very sharp. When he swept his gaze over, it was as if he could make demons and monsters have nowhere to hide. Under such a sharp gaze, Xia Jinyuan maintained the steadiness of a soldier. He didn't move or sway and was as majestic as a mountain. Yesterday, Old Master Fu, who was in a bad mood, only looked at him briefly and focused all his attention on Yi Qian. Today, facing Xia Jinyuan, who was obviously related to Yi Qian, Old Master Fu's gaze was not only sharp but also quite detailed. After sizing him up for at least 5 minutes, Old Master Fu retracted his gaze and nodded secretly. He was a very good young man. Just his majestic aura alone made him feel at ease. Xia Jinyuan saw the satisfied look in the old man's eyes, and his tensed heart immediately relaxed. The old man's gaze was comparable to the old man's. Just a glance from him could make one's blood turn cold. It could turn a tiger into a rabbit in an instant. No one dared to be presumptuous. Xia Jinyuan's heartstrings had just loosened when he suddenly felt the old man's gaze fall on his face and scrutinize him. His breathing almost became erratic as he revealed a calm smile and allowed the old man to scrutinize him. The old man's gaze landed on Xia Jinyuan's face, and his eyes narrowed slightly. After a rough look yesterday, he immediately felt that this young man's appearance gave him a sense of familiarity. Today, after a closer look, the more he looked, the more he felt that he was acquainted with an old friend of his. He didn't know if this young man was a descendant of his old friend. That old friend of his not only had status, but his character was also unquestionable. He was upright, loyal, and honest. He was loyal to the country and did his best for the people. As a member of the Special Forces, Xia Jinyuan noticed that the way the old man looked at him had changed. It was because he was recalling another person's gaze through him. In front of the elderly, Xia Jinyuan had always been polite. He sat upright with his eyes open and his smile elegant. No matter how the old man scrutinized him, he didn't show any disrespect. As a soldier, no matter what, his back must be straight and his gaze must be open and candid. No matter where he sat, even if he didn't move, his strength of character and integrity could subdue others. The old man, who had seen countless people, nodded repeatedly in his heart. His gaze was no longer sharp. Instead, he smiled with satisfaction and asked kindly, "Your surname is Xia, and you're from the capital." "There aren't many people in the capital with the surname Xia." "Are you related to General Xia Yinkue?" "Don't be so formal. Just take it that I'm helping my granddaughter to choose someone." Chapter 2260. The open-minded old man did not want to make things difficult for a young man. Moreover, this young man had come with his granddaughter yesterday and today again. Even though his granddaughter did not say anything, he knew who this young man was. Grandson-in-law. Not bad. In terms of appearance, he was worthy of his granddaughter, not to mention his temperament. He was very satisfied with the young man's calm temperament. In addition, he was similar to an old friend, so he liked him even more. Yesterday, Xia Jinyuan was only there to boost Yi Qian's courage. Today, he was visiting as his grandson-in-law. His state of mind was completely different. While he appeared calm, he also revealed the elegance of a century-old family history. Faced with the old man's question, he smiled and said, "Yes, it's my grandfather. He retired 15 years ago. Now, he and my grandmother are at home tending to flowers and fish." "So you're General Xia's descendant. No wonder you're so imposing." The old man nodded slightly. He was indeed the descendant of an old friend. Only the descendant of an old friend could be so outstanding. General Xia was a righteous man. Back then, he had almost been unable to return to the aerospace department. It was General Xia who had stepped in and single-handedly made him stay in the aerospace department. Thinking that this young man was the grandson of an old friend, the old man was even more satisfied. The smile on the old man's face became even more benevolent as he smiled and said, "Your grandfather and I are old acquaintances. Back then, he even helped me. I didn't expect that after going around in circles, General Xia's grandson and my granddaughter would become a pair. Actually, Xia Jinyuan's palms were sweaty. When he heard that the old man and his grandfather were old acquaintances, the last trace of nervousness in his heart disappeared. When he heard the last sentence, they were a couple, the wetness in his palms gradually disappeared. Their grandfathers were actually old acquaintances. As expected, he and the little fox were not from the same family. They would not enter the same house. Although he knew that the old man was satisfied with him, Xia Jinyuan did not dare to be careless. He smiled and said, "If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have known that you two were old friends. Grandfather likes to stay at home now. Today, he tends to the flowers and plants. Tomorrow, he carries a hoe to cultivate a small piece of land to plant some fruits and vegetables. In the spring, the flowers and plants in the backyard bloom delightfully. In the summer, green fruits hang on the branches. When the fruits are harvested in the autumn, there are some that can't be finished. Grandpa sends some to the neighbors to share the fruits of his labor." Old Master Fu, who loved to listen to such things, laughed heartily. His old voice was rich and strong. "General Xia told me before that when he retires, he will go back home to farm. He can't farm, but he can cultivate the land. You even have surplus grain to give to your neighbors. It can be seen that General Xia is quite healthy." "Yi, good." Hearing the laughter from the study, Li Jinyan's cold eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that his grandfather approved of Q King's identity. Yi Jian took the supplies in his hand and put them aside. She smiled and said, "He's very popular with the old man." When Grandpa Zhen was still around, the old man didn't quite agree with him coming over to pursue me. Later, Grandpa Zhen told me that Captain Xia is a good man and that he's worth a try. Uncle Chen also tested him and was very satisfied. He also advised me to discuss things with him and not make decisions on my own, so that we won't be at odds. Chapter 2261. Therefore, she was not worried at all when her grandfather said that he wanted to talk to Captain Xia alone. Li Jinyan finally understood how much his sister trusted Xia Jinyuan. He had originally wanted to test Xia Jinyuan, but now, he had completely given up on it. He raised his hand and patted her head. The cold devil revealed a faint but gentle smile. "As long as he continues to treat you well, grandfather and I won't have any objections. I won't go in and disturb grandfather. I'll take my leave first." The devil had returned to the team today. It was already past 2 in the afternoon, so he had to leave to catch his flight at 4. "You have to go back to school tomorrow. Be careful. Also." Li Jinyan was a little reluctant to part with her. He picked out the important things to remind her. "Also, there are only a few months left before you go abroad for the competition. You have to hurry up and train when you get back, especially in terms of physical fitness. If there's anything, call the duty room first. I'll call you back when I'm back." This was her brother, whose blood was thicker than water. He cared for her in every possible way, afraid that she would be wronged. Yi Qian felt warm inside. She nodded and replied seriously, "Brother, don't worry. I'll take care of myself. I'll go back to school tomorrow afternoon. I'll keep grandfather company and make him happy." After all, women were more attentive than men. Li Jinyan completely believed that she would make the old man happy. The old man was indeed very happy. Knowing that his grandson didn't want to disturb his mood, he quietly returned to the team. He sighed for a while, but because of Yi Jian and Xia Jinyuan's company, the kind smile on his face never disappeared. It was already 7 in the evening when Xia Jinyuan left Dangui Garden. Walking out of the warm house into the cold night outside, Xia Jinyuan held his girlfriend's hand and sighed with a smile. "Old man Xia laughed at me and said that you won't have much time to accompany me in the future." It seems that he was right. What should I do, little fox? I can't bear to leave. I can't stay overnight in Dangui Garden. I have to leave even if I don't want to. Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. "You were the one who said that it wasn't appropriate for Grandpa to ask you to stay the night. Now you're telling me that you can't bear to leave. Why don't you just go back with me?" The witty Yi Qian's eyes twinkled, and there was an indescribable craftiness in them. Seeing this, Xia Jinyuan's heart itched and melted, and even his eyes darkened a little. Today's main purpose is to leave a good impression on old Mr. If I really stay overnight, even if old Mr. doesn't say anything, his impression of me will definitely be greatly reduced. If an unmarried man and woman were to live in the same house, the older generation would more or less feel uncomfortable. For the sake of my lifelong happiness, I have to leave no matter how much I want to stay. Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who planned slowly, would not lose the big for the small, lest he suffer in the future. Hearing this, Yi Qian smiled so widely that his eyebrows curved. He turned to look at her and said to her with a smile, "Captain Xia, close your eyes. I'll give you a reward for your performance today. No, put your hands behind your back first. Don't move around. The doctor said that your wound is recovering well, so you still have to be careful." If the doctor hadn't said that he could move around, she wouldn't have let him accompany her back today. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. He could guess what reward he would receive. It was a reward that he liked very much. With his eyes closed, he smiled and bent down slightly to wait for the reward to arrive. When he bent down, Yi Qian didn't need to stand on tiptoe. He only needed to raise his head slightly to kiss his sexy thin lips. A light kiss definitely couldn't resolve the young lieutenant colonel's yearning for a long night. With his hands behind his back, he wrapped them around Yi Qian's slender waist and turned the light kiss into a deep sucking kiss. Chapter 2262. The warmth between the two of them would not last long. Yi Qian was worried about the injury on his waist, so she quickly ended the kiss and covered his thin lips with her hand when she heard his irregular breathing. She was too deep into his kiss, and his thin lips were burning hot against her palm. Yi Jian raised her head to look at him. Her dark eyes were bright, like the stars in the night sky falling into the mortal world. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but lower his head again and kiss her eyes gently. Yi Jian couldn't help but close her eyes when he kissed her. She could feel the deep affection in his kiss. "Go in and accompany the old man. I'll leave first." After kissing her eyes, Xia Jinyuan said in a low and hoarse voice. She was the only one in his deep and cold eyes. "I'll come over tomorrow to take you to the airport." His little fox had to leave tomorrow, and it was time for them to part after their short reunion. Yi Qian didn't go in immediately. Unwilling to let him leave, she snuggled up to him and pressed herself against his broad chest. "My brother said that there will be a competition during the summer break. Do you think we will be training together during this period? The military has already asked your school, but the school leaders didn't agree. Your freshmen will be going to the northern part of Xiang province to practice during the May Day Labor Day. You won't be able to participate in our training." Every time she got close to him, Xia Jinyuan's heart softened. His expression became increasingly gentle as he stroked the back of her head. He was also disappointed that he couldn't train with her. Yi Qian was also a little disappointed, but she quickly adjusted herself. She looked up from his arms and adjusted his tie and collar. "Then we'll have to wait until the summer break. Go home early and rest. The commander-in-chief is also waiting for you." Xia Jinyuan went through the discharge procedures this morning, so he didn't have to go back to the hospital tonight. "Okay, go in quickly." Xia Jinyuan looked down at Yi Qian, who was carefully adjusting his collar. The corners of his lips never fell. He and Yi Qian had known each other for 6 years, but they had been boyfriend and girlfriend for less than 2 years. However, they had more chemistry than other couples who had been married for decades. She could understand what he meant with just one look, and he could tell what she wanted to do with just one movement. It was said that men and women were a semicircle. When they found the semicircle that suited them, they would become a complete circle that could not be separated from each other. He and the little fox were each other's lost semicircle. Their union represented eternity, and neither of them could leave the other. "I'll pick you up tomorrow. Rest early." After giving her a good-night kiss, Xia Jinyuan stood at the bottom of the stairs. His eyes were filled with love as he turned around and walked back into the house. Just as she was about to open the door and enter, she turned around and waved at him. Xia Jinyuan smiled. See you tomorrow, little fox. See you tomorrow, Captain Xia. Yi Qian turned around and saw the tall and straight man staring at her. She waved her hand, and only then did she open the door and enter the house with a smile. As soon as the door closed, the elegant and handsome man stopped smiling. His gentle eyes gradually darkened and became so dark that they were unfathomable. An unknown light flashed across the depths of his eyes, leaving behind a faint trace. That was a normal man's burning desire to possess the woman he loved. The 20-year-old Yi Qian was not the 15-year-old Yi Qian. Years of training had made her tall and slender, and her graceful figure was different from the usual delicate girls. She was like a bamboo shoot that had sprouted out of the ground, unafraid of wind and rain. Chapter 2263. Every time Xia Jinyuan hugged her slender waist with both hands, the man's wild nature was instantly aroused. He wished that he could hug her waist tightly and rub her into his body. He hid his wildness so well that Yi Qian didn't know that every time he hugged her waist, he would appear noble on the surface and howl like a wolf on the inside. The older she gets, the more seductive she is. She's tempting me to sleep with her at any time. Xia Jinyuan, who hadn't left yet, said softly before starting the car and leaving Dangui Garden. It took a while to drive from Dangui Garden to the villa complex. Xia Jinyuan, who arrived at the villa complex at 9 p.m., walked into the living room while unbuttoning his military uniform. After a few steps, he saw Commander-in-Chief Xia lying on the sofa with his eyes closed. He hadn't even changed out of his military uniform. When his gaze landed on Commander-in-Chief Xia's graying sideburns, Xia Jinyuan's eyes dimmed. In his memory, old man Xia's hair was black and as hard as steel needles. But now, his black hair had dimmed and his sideburns had turned white. His father was no longer young. He was no longer the father in his memory who held up his belt and glared at him fiercely. Xia Jinyuan felt a little suffocated. He walked over quietly and asked, "Dad, why don't you go back to your room to rest?" He rarely called Commander-in-Chief Xia Dad. When he was young, he would call him by his full name when he was angry. Later, when he was provoked by Ms. Shao, he became mature overnight and realized his mistake. However, because of his pride, he refused to lower his head and simply stopped calling him that. The older he got, the more mature he became. He didn't know when he replaced Dad with Old Man Xia. However, Old Man Xia didn't mind and let him call him that until now. Little Fox said that Old Man Xia wanted to hear her call him Dad. Was it because he still longed for him to call him Dad? Perhaps it was because of Old Man Xia's understanding of birth, old age, sickness, and death, that he naturally called him Dad. Commander-in-Chief Xia's tired face was clearly illuminated by the white light. He was in a deep sleep, so Xia Jinyuan called out, "Dad," again. Only then did Commander-in-Chief Xia open his eyes. Commander-in-Chief Xia opened his eyes like a lion that had just woken up. Although he was no longer young, his gaze was sharp and dignified. As he sat up straight, there was no longer any tiredness on his face. "You're back. Have a seat and tell me about your visit to Xiao Ye's house." Commander-in-Chief Xia sat up straight. After many years of military service, he had engraved the military posture and manners into his soul. No matter what, his back was straight. In Xia Yiwei's words, wherever Commander-in-Chief Xia was present, a family chat would be as tense as a military meeting. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was sitting up, was a little thirsty. He picked up the thermos on the coffee table and unscrewed it. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan and said uncertainly, "I think I heard you call me Dad just now. Did I hear wrongly?" "You didn't hear wrongly. You're my dad. Why can't I call you that?" Xia Jinyuan sat on the sofa next to him and buttoned up his military uniform again. Old man Xia couldn't bear to see him take off his military uniform and only unbutton it. It was better not to provoke him in the middle of the night. The guy who liked to provoke him the most suddenly became obedient. Could it be that he ran into trouble at Old Man Xia's place? Could it be that Old Man Xia was dissatisfied with Old Man Xia? Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression became a little serious. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Tell me, what happened? Chapter 2264. Xia Jinyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why does it sound like you're waiting for me to get snubbed in front of old master? After saying that, he paused for a moment and didn't say anything. He quietly looked at the stern-looking Commander-in-Chief Xia with an obvious look of inquiry. What else could it be? Commander-in-Chief Xia replied faintly, clearly telling Xia Jinyuan why he had waited so long. This kid was getting more and more powerful. As his father, he actually felt a little pressured when his gaze landed on him. He was on guard against Xia Jinyuan seeing through his thoughts. Both father and son were stubborn, so a serious conversation was very unsuitable. If they weren't careful, the smell of gunpowder would fill the air. Only by ridiculing and attacking each other could they continue the conversation. Xia Jinyuan's deep eyes revealed an obvious smile when he heard Commander-in-Chief Xia's reply. Dad, it seems that I haven't called you that for too long. You're so flattered that it's inappropriate, right? Flattered. Commander-in-Chief Xia's face darkened. He was indeed a little surprised, but what words did he use to describe it? He reprimanded, Xia Jinyuan, are you itching for a beating? You'd better save your energy. If you can't hit me later, you'll be so angry that your face turns blue. Xia Jinyuan saw that the Commander-in-Chief's face was faintly darkening, so he didn't continue joking. Instead, he lowered his voice and sighed. When I saw your gray hair just now, I suddenly wanted to call you that. You have to get used to it. When Yi Qian marries into the family, she'll also call you Dad like me. I prefer Xiao Yi to call me Dad. As for you, go away. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had a smile in his eyes, sneered in disdain. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan, who was standing upright, and said in a deep voice, What's old master's impression of you? He was more concerned about this matter. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. Under the light, there was a faint smile on his handsome face as he replied, For now, it's not bad. I'm basking in old master's glory. For now, old master's impression of me is not bad. Basking in old master's glory? Commander-in-Chief Xia frowned slightly, then relaxed in an instant, and a faint smile appeared on his serious face. Old master and old master are old friends. Sixth, you're indeed basking in old master's glory. Did old master first recognize you as old master's descendant? Or did you take the initiative to mention to him? The former showed that the two elders were not ordinary old friends, but old friends who had a good relationship with each other. Old to me to you, old masters to old master to twos to stay to be to leave to stay in the past. The old man told me that he wanted to invite the old man out for a walk, so he asked me to arrange the time. To be or to be's to him. To be. To it to be, old's old. He. Of old. Of, old. Old tease, to old to be, ye was old to old ye. Although OL 6 acted frivolously in front of him, he was actually just putting on a show in front of him. When he was outside, he had never heard anyone say that old 6 was not good enough. Old 6's comrade in arms, former military school classmate, Major General Yang of the army. Whenever old 6 was mentioned, he would give him a thumbs up. Therefore, when he asked old 6 to accompany Xiao Yi to visit old master, he was confident that old 6 would be able to catch old master's eye. Now that old master was satisfied with old 6, and he was old friends with old master, Commander-in-Chief Xia felt that it was better to strike while the iron was hot. Chapter 2265. Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression became more and more serious as he said, Since you can walk around with your waist injury, you can drop by the old mansion tomorrow after you send Xiao Yi to the airport and talk to the old man about this. He was also worried that Xia Jinyuan's wound would reopen, so he added, Let the guards drive tomorrow. You can rest. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. You're more impatient than I am. Of course I'm impatient. You're so unreliable. You're lucky to be able to marry Xiao Yi. Strike while the iron is hot. Let the old man be satisfied with our family first. Commander-in-Chief Xia discussed this matter seriously, but when he saw that Xia Jinyuan was happy and not anxious at all, his face darkened again. Xia Jinyuan, I'm seriously discussing your marriage with you now. You'd better correct your attitude. Dad, do you think that Yi Qian and I still need to rely on family connections for our marriage? Seeing that the commander-in-chief was getting angry, Xia Jinyuan, who had taken a step back, stopped smiling and revealed a rare coldness. In your eyes, am I a man who needs to rely on his family to solve his marriage? Dad, aren't you underestimating your son too much? The last sentence was a little cold, as if it was wrapped in ice shards. Commander-in-Chief Xia choked. He had never underestimated old Six. Although this kid has been muddling along since he was little, he was very opinionated. When he did bad things, he was able to cast himself clean, so that other people could not find any weakness that could be used against him. The old master once joked, Lao Lu is someone who can do big things, he can hold his temper. Reality had proven that old Sixth was indeed someone who could accomplish great things. He had gotten into the military academy on his own without using any connections. He had applied to join the special forces on his own accord and immediately became the team leader of the special forces. In the past few years, he had achieved countless military exploits, big and small. Everything he had done was done with an indomitable spirit and a clear conscience. However, no matter how capable old Six was, he was still a naive child in his heart. For some reason, the words that should have been in his heart slipped out of his mouth. Suddenly, the living room was silent. The father and son looked at each other and felt awkward. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had been through a lot, was the first to come back to his senses. Seeing Xia Jinyuan's surprised expression, the commander-in-chief cleared his throat and said with a straight face, "What, aren't you my son?" Cough, cough, yes, 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 I am your son. You are right. Xia Jinyuan, who was trying to hold back his laughter, choked. It was rare to see old man Xia so embarrassed. As his son, he had to laugh, but as his father, he would have to keep a straight face for the next few days. The pressure would be so low that it would double the pressure on the guards. Other than laughing in his heart, there was also a trace of lament. His old man was indeed old. When a person was old, his state of mind would be smoother and firmer. If it had been a few years ago, she would have picked up the thermos flask in her hand and smashed it on him. Time hastens the aging of a person, and it was not up to him at all. As a son, it was better to follow his parents. After laughing, Xia Jinyuan said, although old master and old master are old friends, they haven't contacted each other for a long time. I have to go back and ask old master first. I don't intend to tell old master that Yi Qian is old master's granddaughter for the time being. Yi Qian sent a letter to father-in-law early this morning. I think it won't be too late to tell him when he comes back. You see, the military commission is currently investigating my mother-in-law's death. I personally think it's better not to do anything for the time being to avoid complications. He was referring to the fear that someone would do something if they found out that Yi Qian had returned to the Fu family. Chapter 2266. The commander-in-chief pondered for a moment and nodded. As long as you know what to do. The commander-in-chief looked at his son, who was already taller than him. Seeing his calm and confident face, the commander-in-chief revealed a kind smile that he only showed to Yi Qian. Sixth brother, I'm very relieved to see you like this. Then, without waiting for Xia Jinyuan to say anything, the commander-in-chief stood up with a kind smile and solemnly said, "Rest early." Then, he turned around and strode away. Xia Jinyuan covered his forehead and laughed so hard that his shoulders trembled. He and Xia Jinyuan were really not suitable for father-son tenderness. Both of them felt uncomfortable. You pick on my thorns, I pick on yours. This kind of father-son relationship was more suitable for him and Xia Jinyuan. No matter how they interacted, he respected Xia Jinyuan because he was not only a father, but also a commander-in-chief who shouldered heavy responsibilities. The next day, Xia Jinyuan woke up early and learned from the guards that the commander-in-chief had received an emergency call and left. The military situation was so urgent that he didn't even bother to wash his face and brush his teeth and left in a hurry with 2 guards. Xia Jinyuan's eyes turned cold. He immediately turned on the TV and called the team. There was a coup in a neighboring country that affected our borders. A mortar fell into our sugarcane forest. Fortunately, it happened at 5:00 in the morning, so there were no casualties. However, the border has entered a level 1 alert and may be upgraded to a special level at any time. The J5 in the army had received the news within half an hour, which was less than 5 minutes after the mortar fell into their country. At this time, an assault team of the Snowfield Brigade had been formed and was ready to go. How many brothers are you going to bring over now? Since he knew so much, he must have received the mission. The J5 smiled and said, an assault team and an ambassador. He was holding a photo in his hand. It was a photo of the ambassador who would meet up with the Snowfield Brigade later. He's also an acquaintance. We cooperated with him once when we were carrying out a mission in Pakistan. Qin Xiu. Xia Jinyuan, who didn't see the photo, accurately said the name. Where are you going to meet him? What level is the mission? J5, who was ready to leave on a private jet, hurriedly said, we'll meet at the border. It's a level 1 clearance mission. Rest well. We're waiting for you to recover and fight together. Don't talk nonsense. Don't be envious. I'll brag to you when we get back. Take care. Xia Jinyuan, who had only been back in China for less than a week, could no longer hold himself back when he heard that his comrades were going to carry out a level 1 elimination mission. A level 1 elimination mission was usually a decapitation mission, and J5 and the others were going to decapitation. Before he recovered from his injuries, he would not be allowed to participate in the decapitation operation. He would not even be allowed to participate in normal operations. As soon as he hung up, a beeping sound came from the landline at home. Xiao Yi has already set off from Dangui Garden. You can rest at home today. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who called from the military headquarters, brought Xia Jinyuan a piece of completely unexpected news. She needs to accompany an ambassador from our country to negotiate with a neighboring country. She will leave immediately on a special plane from Beijing. The news came unexpectedly, but Xia Jinyuan accepted it calmly. Okay, got it. Yi Qian left in a hurry. She was so anxious that she didn't even say goodbye to the old man and left in a hurry. The person who picked her up was a security guard sent by the military headquarters. There was also a confidential staff member working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the car. Please take a careful look at this information. It concerns the personal safety of you and Ambassador Qin. Please be sure to remember the faces of these people. Once you see them, you must immediately avoid them or take action. Chapter 2267. Yi Qian, who had a good memory, took out the documents. She lowered her eyes and began to flip through the documents. There were a total of 6 people she needed to memorize. She had to remember each person's appearance and characteristics clearly. She also had to remember their backgrounds. There were 6 documents, each with 2 pages. There were a total of 12 pages. Yi Qian memorized them as fast as she could. She was afraid that she might miss something, so she spent another 10 minutes consolidating the information. The relevant departments of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had many abilities, especially the translators. Their memory was quite amazing. When Yi Qian finished memorizing all 6 documents in 20 minutes, the confidential personnel was not surprised. After reading the documents, the confidential personnel took out a separate document from the briefcase. This is the information of the ambassador you are accompanying. Please take a look. The ambassador has a very good personality and is very gentlemanly. However, he has a small problem. The confidential personnel seemed to be a little embarrassed as he cleared his throat. His serious voice lowered by a few decibels. He doesn't know his way around and gets lost easily. You need to keep a close eye on him. Doesn't know his way around? Gets lost easily? The face of an elegant and handsome young man flashed across Yi Qian's mind. She knew a diplomat who also didn't know his way around and got lost easily. It couldn't be him, could it? After taking out the ambassador's information, Yi Qian smiled when she saw the ID photo. It really was him. Principal Chow's nephew, Qin Xiu. A man who used his gentlemanly demeanor to hide his inner fierceness. The confidential personnel said that Qin Xiu didn't know his way around and got lost easily. Actually, they were trying to be polite. She had seen how easily Qin Xiu got lost when she was in the province. He was a man who could get lost just a few steps away. Looking at his information again, Yi Qian was shocked just by reading the first few lines. He skipped grades all the time and won the senior award while skipping grades. He went to a key foreign language school from elementary school to university. He graduated from university at the age of 16 and studied in the United States, Italy, and France. Yi Qian, who had experienced 2 lifetimes, was really shocked by Qin Xiu's information. It was no wonder that he had become the youngest diplomat in the history of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He was a winner in life and had been looked up to since he was young. Speaking of which, Yi Qian tilted his head and asked the confidential personnel a very important question. How is the ambassador's ability to take care of himself? Do I need to take care of him? Geniuses always had some flaws. In her previous life, she had seen a few news articles. Some geniuses in the children's class at the University of Science and Technology did not even have the basic ability to take care of themselves other than studying. They had outstanding IQ, but had 0 experience in life. He didn't know if Qin Xiu was a genius among geniuses in languages. For a moment, the confidential personnel did not understand why Yi Qian would ask such a question. Seeing this, Yi Qian clarified, for example, eating, sleeping, dressing, and so on. Is there someone to serve you? The consequence of clarifying his words was, the confidential personnel of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs turned his head to the car window from time to time. His shoulders trembled from time to time. Yi Qian was a little embarrassed. Qin Xiu was a diplomat who could accompany national leaders on overseas visits. How could he not know how to take care of himself? Yi Qian was shocked by his resume. If Qin Xiu knew what he was thinking. Yi Qian covered his face. He would probably be speechless. Chapter 2268. No, other than the fact that Ambassador Qin doesn't know his way around, he's pretty good at everything else. Eating, sleeping, ahem. The confidential personnel choked a few times as he tried to hold back his laughter. He adjusted his breathing and continued, his clothes are all arranged by the ambassador himself. He has a certain degree of mysophobia, especially the room he sleeps in. No one is allowed to enter or leave at will. Even more so, you can't sit on the bed casually. No, you should never sit on it. If you offend him, you'll see the gentlemanly ambassador instantly turn cold and indifferent. The bathroom as well can't be shared. His clothes are all packed. You don't have to pay attention to it. The personnel saw Yi Qian's forehead twitch faintly. He was afraid that it would cause disgust, so he hurriedly added, the ambassador is very particular about his privacy. The bedroom, clothes, and bathroom are all important places of his privacy. Other places don't matter. Don't be scared. Yi Qian smiled. I'm not scared. It's normal. I don't like people sitting on my bed either. The bed was where people slept at night. She really didn't like people sitting on her bed casually. Therefore, she didn't think that it was mysophobia. It was just a personal hygiene habit. The ambassador is very easy to get along with. You'll know when you see him later. He's a pretty good man. The confidential personnel was probably afraid that his words would cause Yi Qian to dislike Qin Xiu. After confirming that Yi Qian had memorized all the information, he spared no effort to say good things about Qin Xiu. With the confidential personnel's words, Yi Qian had a preliminary understanding of the language genius Qin Xiu. It was only a preliminary understanding. The confidential personnel only talked about Qin Xiu's general habits that could be seen by others. As for the specific details and Qin Xiu's secrets, he didn't say a word. Qin Xiu, who was holding a paper bag in his hand, was already waiting for Yi Qian in the lobby of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He had received Yi Qian's information half an hour ago. Although there was no photo, when he saw the familiar name and her brief introduction, He knew that this was the girl he had fallen in love with. She was accompanying him to the neighboring country. He was a little surprised. Going back to the neighboring country wasn't an easy task. According to his own analysis, it was very dangerous. It was the most dangerous trip he had gone abroad in recent years. After all, there was a coup in the neighboring country. He was surprised that Yi Qian was accompanying him, but he was also looking forward to her arrival. They hadn't seen each other for about 40 days. Ever since he returned from the border, he had dreamt of her walking over a snowdrift. She was tall and straight, like a goddess walking from the top of a snowy mountain, bringing with her the hope of survival. That scene was still unforgettable, so much so that he would dream of it at night. Yi Jian. He muttered softly as he stared at the door. There was also a tall young soldier beside him. His background, name, and unit were unknown. He only knew that this was a Special Forces soldier who knew the language of a neighboring country. The Special Forces soldier who seemed to have heard his murmur glanced at Qin Xiu from the corner of his eye. His eyes flickered slightly. Why did it feel like this ambassador knew Qing Miao? V8 glanced at his watch. His steady and sharp gaze looked toward the entrance of the office lobby. Qing Miao was almost here. 2 minutes later, Yi Qian's figure appeared at the spacious and bright entrance of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She was wearing a student's military uniform and walked calmly against the light. He couldn't see her face clearly. He could only see her slender and straight figure walking step by step into his world. Chapter 2269. Qin Xiu couldn't help but hold his breath. He could hear the sound of his heart beating. He could hear her light footsteps, which sounded like the sound of a drum or a guqin, hitting his heart. He thought that at this moment, he would fall in love with her even more. His world would be invaded by her. Looking at the figure walking towards him step by step, Qin Xiu's elegant and handsome face had an even more refreshing smile. He didn't stay in place to wait, but went up to greet her. "We meet again, Yi Qian." They meet again, the girl who made him fall in love with her. His gaze landed on her face in a reserved and polite manner. It was so gentle that it didn't offend him at all. As he got closer, Qin Xiu realized how much Yi Qian had changed. Her life in the military academy didn't make her skin tanned. Instead, it was as fair as before. She had the fair skin that most girls dreamed of. She would probably attract a lot of attention in school. Her eyebrows had also completely grown out. When they were at the border, the light was dim, so he didn't look at her carefully. Now that he saw her fully grown eyebrows, they were like pink lotuses poking out of the vast expanse of green leaves. The petals were beautiful and delicate. He didn't deliberately look at her. He only looked at Yi Qian's eyes. Yi Qian, who had always been sensitive, faintly felt that Qin Xiu was looking at him, but he quickly looked away and didn't think too much about it. He politely shook his outstretched hand and smiled. "I saw your information in the car just now. Ambassador Qin, I look forward to working with you." "I look forward to working with you." Qin Xiu calmly retracted his hand and gracefully and naturally let it fall to his side. He could still feel her softness in his palm. It was dry, warm, and soft as if it was boneless. As a diplomat, it was a compulsory course to hide one's emotions. In his eyes, his expression was very natural, as if he was meeting an ordinary friend. He was polite but didn't lose his manners. It made people feel comfortable and at ease like they were bathing in the spring breeze. V8, who was standing beside Qin Xiu, secretly winked at Yi Qian. When Qin Xiu introduced him, V8 reached out his hand with a cold expression. He simply greeted Yi Qian when they shook hands and didn't say anything else. V8 was a Special Forces soldier, and Yi Qian was a military academy student whose identity needed to be kept secret. Naturally, the two of them couldn't know each other. "Go and change first. We'll wait for you downstairs." Qin Xiu handed the paper bag in his hand to Yi Qian. "You are all escorts, so you need to change your attire." She was wearing a slim-fit suit for the female staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When Yi Jian went upstairs to change, the confidential staff who picked her up told Qin Shou what she had asked with a smile and joked, "Ambassador Qin, you have to behave well. You can't let her misunderstand that you can't even take care of yourself." Qin Shou rubbed his forehead with a helpless expression. Could it be that Yi Qian's impression of him was that he couldn't take care of himself? That's not good. I have to change that impression. So, after they got into the car, Qin Shou smiled and said to Yi Qian, "I've been undergoing intensive training for the past 2 years. I don't recognize the way and get lost easily. Just like when I went to your school that year, I didn't get lost after walking around the back of the school." Yi Qian quickly realized why he said that. She suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. "I said something wrong. Please forgive me, Ambassador." "Qin Shou. I'm Qin Shou. You can call me by my name." Qin Shou didn't like to be addressed as Ambassador. He smiled and said, "We've known each other for a few years. Although we haven't met many times, we're already acquaintances. There's no need to be so distant." Chapter 2270. If he wanted to get closer to her, he would have to start by calling her his name. Qin Shou started to chat. "Last time, we went through hardships together. Yi Qian, I thought we were already familiar with each other." V8, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, lightly flicked his finger on his knee. "School? Last time? Could it be the time when Avalanche rescued him?" He did not guess wrong. Qing Miao and the ambassador knew each other, and they had known each other for a long time. It had been several years. The expressionless V8 glanced at the two people who were 1 seat away from each other through the rearview mirror. He even took a second glance at Yi Jian before retracting his gaze. Although they were familiar with each other, it was not as familiar as their relationship with Qing Miao. Yi Qian, who was lamenting in his heart, did not notice V8 sizing him up. A diplomat was a diplomat. He gently and elegantly put forward a request that no one could refuse. "That's true. We have known each other for a few years. Although we haven't seen each other much, at least we are not strangers. Then I won't pay attention to the formalities. Qin Shou, if I do anything wrong, please correct me." Yi Qian readily called out, "Qin Shou." He saw the young diplomat sitting next to him, who seemed to be carefully sculpted. His flawless handsome face rippled with an elegant smile like the spring breeze. "Although we have only met a few times, but in my impression, you have always been reliable. You don't need other people's advice." Qin Shou's smile was very faint, but very penetrating. You could see the spring breeze, but you could also see the sharpness of an arrow. This was the temperament of a diplomat. When communicating with friends, it was like the spring breeze. When competing with other countries, it was as sharp as an arrow. Looking at his elegant smile that was like a painting, Yi Jian's mind flashed with a sentence that she had heard from 2 girls in a hotel in her previous life. The words, "Take care of the facade, take care of the face." At this moment, Qin Shou could be described perfectly. "It's still better to call me by my name. Ambassador, ambassador, sounds unfamiliar to me." With an elegant smile, Qin Shou took out her phone from her pocket, glanced at it, and said to Yi Qian, "Sorry, I have to take this." It was a call from home. When Yi Qian heard him call out, "Mom," he took the initiative to increase the distance between the two of them. His whole body was pressed against the car door. Yi Qian looked towards the front passenger seat. Through the gap between the passenger seat and the door, he could see the V8 making a gesture to him, meaning, "We can fight side by side again." Yi Qian, who couldn't open his mouth to answer, responded with a faint smile. His fingers lightly tapped the side of the car door 3 times, just enough for the V8 to hear. There was no verbal communication. A hand gesture and an action completed a short communication. "Yes, I have some urgent business that requires me to go on a business trip for a few days. It's not a big deal. I'm not sure when I'll be back." Noticing Yi Qian's little movements, Qin Shou put the phone to his left ear to answer the call. There was a faint but gentle smile on his face as he patiently answered Mrs. Qin. Mrs. Qin, who had just woken up, found out from the housekeeper that her son went out before dawn. Although this happened before, she remembered the appointment today and called to ask about it. When she found out that Qin Xiu was going on a business trip for a few days and didn't even have a fixed time to come back, Mrs. Qin helplessly said, "You're too busy. You've only been back for a few days and you have to go out again before the house is even warm. I'll call your boss another day and ask him to arrange less work for you." Chapter 2271. Mrs. Qin's voice became a little higher as she spoke. Qin Xiu had no choice but to turn his body slightly and continue listening. Mrs. Qin said with a hint of anger, "I'm so busy that I don't even have time to deal with my personal matters. Even my parents are complaining. We already had an appointment today. Look, I have to apologize again." After being reminded, Qin Xiu finally remembered that he had carelessly agreed to it last night. He didn't like this kind of arrangement, and this business trip was a good opportunity for him to get what he wanted. Hearing Mrs. Qin's complaints, Qin Xiu smiled and coaxed her, "I'm sorry for making you worry. Please help me apologize for what happened today. It was too sudden, so I have to follow the arrangements. You didn't sleep well last night. I heard you open the door and go downstairs several times. It's still early, so you should sleep a little more to make up for it." Mrs. Qin, who had some complaints about her son's thoughtfulness, smiled and said, Okay. You know I'm worried. You should be more considerate in the future. I'll be thankful if you can solve my marriage quickly." Qin Xiu was only 27 years old this year, the same age as Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan. However, all the men in the Qin family got married and had children before the age of 30. Seeing that Qin Xiu was almost 30 years old, Mrs. Qin couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Qin Xiu said a few more words to Mrs. Qin before hanging up the phone. She looked sideways and saw Yi Qian holding a small silver-white phone. Her long and slender fingers were typing furiously. She didn't know who she was texting, but there was a gentle smile on her face. She was as delicate as a flower blooming by a stream. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Yi Qian was chatting with Xia Jinyuan. She had to put away her phone when she arrived at the airport. She had to inform Captain Xia first. Xia Jinyuan, who received the text, replied very seriously and reminded her, "Be careful. If there's anything urgent, you can contact J5 at any time." Although Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't tell him in detail, when J5 mentioned going to a neighboring country, Xia Jinyuan guessed that J5 and Yi Qian were on the same side. Seeing his reply, Yi Qian's cold eyes revealed a gentle smile. She replied with an "okay" and turned off her phone. They were already at the airport, so she had to hand in her phone. Qin Xiu's heart sank because of the tenderness in her eyes. Who was Yi Jian talking to just now? Classmate? It didn't seem like it. Family? Of course. He didn't seem like a classmate or a relative. Instead, he seemed like he was chatting with the person closest to him. Of such an outstanding girl. Yi. Maybe. He had been too careless and overconfident. Qin Xiu. Fortunately. I realized it. It's not too late. I realized it. Without asking who Yi Qian was talking to, Qin Xiu saw that her phone was turned off. He smiled and said, "Phones will only be handed in for safekeeping when we reach the border. Once you're there, tell your family that you're safe." He shook his phone and smiled helplessly. "I left home in a hurry. I didn't tell my parents. They're already here to ask what happened. You left in a hurry too. Remember to tell them that you're safe." Qin Xiu was indeed a very gentlemanly man. His meticulousness could be seen from the details. He was the kind of meticulous man who didn't bat an eyelid. With his reminder, Yi Qian knew that she wouldn't have to hand in her phone for the time being. She could also tell them that she was safe when she got off the plane. Chapter 2272. Before boarding the plane, Yi Qian sent a message to Xia Jinyuan that she had boarded the plane. Yi Qian left a note for the old man. She didn't want the old man to worry, so she planned to call home after the plane landed. It took nearly 4 hours to arrive from Beijing by plane. The plane had to take off at 8 in the morning, so Yi Qian and the others didn't arrive at the border until noon. She sent a message to Xia Jinyuan and called the old man. When she walked out of the special passageway, she handed her phone over. Yi Qian didn't feel nervous on the plane. When she handed her phone over and walked out of the special passageway, she saw several armed soldiers and the solemn deputy commander. Yi Qian's indifferent expression immediately changed. There was a sudden coup in the internal affairs. The old government forced the current ruling party to abdicate. The war has seriously threatened the lives and property of our citizens at the border. The deputy commander's voice was as cold as water as he explained the current situation to Qin Xiu. Our country has never interfered with the policies of other countries. This time, there was a coup in a neighboring country. Our country has always maintained our principle of not participating or interfering. This happened too suddenly. The mortars were obviously fired directly into our country. It wasn't an accident like what was later said. Yi Qian followed closely behind Qin Xiu and heard every word the deputy commander said. He also understood that Qin Xiu was risking his life to go to a neighboring country to negotiate with the ruling party and the security team. You can play your coup, but you can't let the war spread to our country. This meant that they had to sign an agreement. There was another problem in the neighboring country. It was a country with 135 ethnic groups. The local armed forces of the ethnic groups were quite large. Among them, the Liqin Independent Army and the Sansa United Army were the strongest. Now that there was a coup in the old government, the other ethnic groups naturally wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Qin Xiu was going to face 3 enemies in a neighboring country, so he had to be careful. V8, who was walking side by side with Yi Qian, heard the deputy commander mention the Liqin Independent Army. His eyes flashed with a dark light. This was an ethnic army that appeared in 1962. It was famous for its ferocity. It could be said that this independent army controlled the northern border of the neighboring country. Its foreign trade was mainly through jade smuggling and drug trafficking. In 1994, the neighboring government signed a peace treaty with Liqin, allowing the independent army to control Liqin. However, the matter wasn't completely resolved. A few members of the Liqin Independent Army and independent organization weren't satisfied, which was why the political situation in Liqin and the neighboring countries were still unstable. There will probably be an assassination attempt. V8 moved his lips lightly, and his low voice was only heard by Yi Qian alone. The Liqin government is unstable, and it has always been at odds with the other ethnic armed forces. They all want to work together to destroy the Liqin Independent Army. This time, the old government's political turmoil has given the other ethnic armed forces a chance. And it is indeed very dangerous for our country's ambassador to negotiate. As a military academy student, Yi Qian knew a little about the situation in neighboring countries, but he did not know as much as V8 and the others. Hearing this, he replied in a low voice, "That's why he has to go. For the sake of the border, he has to go. We have to let the armed forces of the neighboring countries know our attitude." "Okay, be careful." V8 nodded. The oppressive and solemn atmosphere became heavier as the sky darkened. After 3 hours of driving, the military vehicles sent by our country began to enter the border of the neighboring country. The deputy commander of the military shook hands with Qin Xiu, Yi Qian, and V8. He said to the 3 of them with a heavy gaze, "Thank you for your hard work. We will wait for your triumphant return." Chapter 2273. They might not be able to leave for the rest of their lives. As the deputy commander of the military shouted, "Salute," the soldiers behind the deputy commander saluted the 3 of them in unison. They were sending them off and also supporting them. They were telling the 3 people going to the neighboring countries that they were still behind them. Yi Qian and V8, who were standing beside Qin Xiu, raised their hands and saluted. The arranged car was already parked on the side of the road. A soldier opened the door for the 3 of them. Qin Xiu was the first to get in, followed by Yi Qian and then V8. Yi Qian recognized the driver as soon as he got in the car. He couldn't help but smile. It was another familiar comrade. V8 was also surprised to see K7 in the car. Didn't this kid return to the military a day earlier than him? Why did he come here without saying a word? K7 nodded slightly at the three people who got in the car and greeted Qin. However, K7 was a man of few words. Even if he did greet them, he only said, "Hello." The driver was K7. There were 3 Special Forces soldiers from the Snowfield Brigade in the car. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the back, looked a little gloomy. This was a dangerous negotiation. She already knew how dangerous it would be from the escort just now. With the addition of K7, Yi Qian raised the level of danger to another level. She turned around and saw the soldier who opened the car door. The soldiers from the same company were still saluting under the leadership of the deputy commander. Yi Qian held her breath and slowly exhaled. No matter how dangerous it was, she still had comrades to fight by her side. "Are you scared?" Qin Xiu's gentle voice came from the quiet car. It was very pleasant to the ears and made people want to listen to him more. Yi Qian sat up straight and smiled. "It's okay. There's nothing to be scared of right now. You're very brave." Qin Xiu nodded approvingly and talked about something that happened several years ago. "I was scared. 6 years ago, I went to a Western country with my teacher for a negotiation and encountered a suicide attack. I saw with my own eyes 2 soldiers of our country sacrifice themselves to protect us. Their blood spilled all over my body. Even now, I can still feel the heat of their blood." Speaking of the past, Qin Xiu's eyes became dark and gloomy. His eyes were filled with the bloody memory of the sacrifice of our soldiers. Actually, at that time, they had a chance to avoid it. One of our soldiers hugged the Western man who tried to commit suicide. Fearing that he would struggle, he carried him and rolled all the way to the ground. At that time, the soldiers of this country were also present, but they did not realize that danger was coming. They did not even realize why our soldiers suddenly hugged the man who was waving the small flag in his hand. I didn't realize it either. When I realized that there was danger, there was an explosion. The glass on the street was shattered by the impact of the bomb. My only reaction was to hear someone shout, "Get down." Then, one of our soldiers tackled me to the ground. He used his body to block all the shrapnel for me. My ears were shaken until I lost my hearing. I only felt a sticky liquid on my neck. It was the blood of the soldier who sacrificed himself to protect me. His carotid artery was directly cut by the shrapnel. Several pieces of shrapnel pierced his back. The deepest part was directly buried in his spine. After Jing finished speaking, the car fell into a long period of silence. K7 and V8 who were sitting in the front looked at each other. They knew about the past that Ambassador Qin mentioned because the 2 soldiers who sacrificed themselves were martyrs of the Snowfield Brigade. Chapter 2274. After a long silence, Qin Xiu sighed. "If I had your calmness back then, I don't think that soldier would have sacrificed himself. To this day, I still don't know the name of the soldier who sacrificed himself to protect me, or which unit he was from." After listening to the heavy past, Yi Qian said softly, "Their duty is to protect their home and country. You don't have to blame yourself. That's why I said you're very good. You're 2 years younger than I was back then. You know the dangers ahead, but you can still face them calmly. Yi Qian, you're really good." Qin Xiu smiled and said to the 3 people in the car, "I'm going to rest for a while. Wake me up if you need me to drive." No one would disturb his rest. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the car, could faintly smell the smoke of gunpowder in the night wind. He looked through the car window and saw the endless rolling mountains that connected the neighboring country and our country. The concave peaks between the mountains were like the giant mouth of a monster, quietly waiting for its prey to come into its mouth. Yi Qian gently tightened his grip on the pistol in his hand. His dark eyes looking into the distance were steady, sharp, and suffused with a cold light. No one spoke in the car. Qin Xiu closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the next negotiation. V8 sat in the front with a gun in each hand. He would shoot immediately if he noticed anything unusual. The roads in the neighboring country were not as good as in our country. The roads leading to the neighboring country were rugged and bumpy. As the car drove past, yellow dust rose. The negotiation was not public knowledge. It was a secret trip. Due to the unstable situation in the neighboring country due to the coup d'état, they did not directly arrange for a private plane to fly to the neighboring country for the negotiation. Instead, they sneaked in secretly. Even the governing body of the neighboring country, the old government, and the armed forces of the various ethnic groups did not know the specific itinerary of our ambassador. In terms of security and confidentiality, our country has always been known for its stringent security measures. The car drove along the road that extended into the neighboring country, but it was extremely stable. Next, it would enter the road that merchants from the two countries used for trade. The car would blend into the merchants' vehicles and drive through the two cities. It was estimated that they would arrive at the negotiation location around 2 in the morning. The negotiation would officially begin at 7 tomorrow. As the negotiation ambassador, Qin Xiu's safety had to be guaranteed. At the same time, he had to maintain a good mental state. No one woke him up. Even Yi Qian did not have a chance to drive. K7 and V8 took turns to drive. The night insects outside the car, night, and the night breeze. Under the dark night sky, the K7 drove the car with its headlights shining straight ahead, heading towards the first city they were about to reach. Because of the war, the neighboring cities were quiet at 10 o'clock in the evening. Only a few street lights were lit. The sentry posts in the market were shrouded in the darkness of the night. Only one light was on at the post, illuminating the tall and simple sentry post. This sentry post was not a sentry post between countries, but a sentry post set up by the local armed forces. Inside the sentry post, there were 2 sentries holding a rifle. Their bodies were leaning against the chair, and their heads were tilted to the butt of the rifle. They were snoring very soundly. Outside the sentry post, there were 4 armed local soldiers with guns on their backs, walking back and forth from time to time. Occasionally, they would yawn a few times, rub their eyes, and force themselves to complete the mission until midnight. Several shadows ran along the dark roadside, hunching their backs as they ran toward the sentry post. When they were about 200 meters away from the sentry post, a few black shadows hid in the bushes and communicated in the neighboring country's native language. A total of 6 people. Kill them all and drag them into the forest. Chapter 2275. The man who spoke was of medium build and dark skin. In the darkness, his eyes shone with a cold light. He was a supporter of the old regime. They wanted to control the city to have more bargaining chips. Now that the entire city was infiltrated by armed forces, they were just waiting for the order to start the war. The darkness of the night was always the best camouflage. The war to start the armed forces started as the sentry post was taken down. K7 stepped on the brakes slowly. He stared coldly at the flickering fire in front of him. Is there any other route to take? He asked V8, who had also noticed the problem. 2 cars passed by them. They continued driving toward the city without noticing anything. V8 shook his head and said in a low voice, "No, we can only continue driving forward." There were only 3 routes to take from the port, but there was no time to go back now. Keep driving forward. Qin Xiu, who had just woken up, did not hesitate. He looked at the flickering fire and said calmly, "We have to reach the negotiation point at 6 in the morning." The negotiation was at 7. They had no choice but to drive forward. 10 minutes later, more and more cars turned around. They shouted at the cars that were driving forward, "There are gunshots! There are gunshots! Leave! Leave!" Soon, more and more cars turned around on the road that connected the two countries with the most traffic. However, there were also cars that continued to drive forward. When they passed by a car that was parked on the side of the road, Yi Qian saw the driver talking on his phone. He was so excited that he did not know what to say. Not long after, the car overtook the car at a high speed and sped toward the city. Most of the cars that were driving forward were city locals. They had families and had to bring them back. The cars that turned around drove very fast. The cars that were driving into the city also drove very fast. This gave K7 the opportunity to speed up and shorten the estimated time to reach the city. The gunshots were especially intense near the edge of the city. As a bomb landed, a huge fire rose from the center of the city with a boom. The entire city was in chaos. Countless civilians who were affected by the gunfire and artillery hurriedly packed up their clothes and rushed out of their homes with the only money they had. As for the civilians who were far away from the war zone, their eyes were wide open. Their families gathered together with their palms together, praying for the war to end quickly and for their families to be safe. Many civilians rushed out of the sentry post, not daring to stay in their hometowns any longer. Some drove their cars all the way out, but when they realized that the road was blocked, they had no choice but to abandon their cars and leave. Yi Qian and the other three had already abandoned the car and blended into the crowd of locals who were looking for their family members. They passed through the checkpoint and entered the city. It was too chaotic, and there were screams everywhere. There was no way to drive a car, so it was better to walk. Qin Xiu, this way. Yi Qian held Qin Xiu's right hand tightly. V8 was leading the way in front and K7 was covering them from behind. All she needed to do was to take care of Qin Xiu and make sure he didn't get lost. Not having a good sense of direction was indeed a big problem. If he was not careful, he would get lost. Yi Qian did not dare to be careless. She could only hold his hand tightly. It was the first time in Qin Xiu's life that he was being held by a girl. The feeling of being protected by Yi Qian struck him hard in his heart. It made him realize that the girl he loved was very determined and fearless. Right now, she was fighting to protect him. Chapter 2276. Along the way, he tried to break free from her grip several times, but she held on tightly and didn't give him a chance. In the end, he chose to give up and let her hold his hand as they quickly walked through the alleys of the city. Yi Qian was very fast. She kept a safe distance from the V8 in front of her as they rushed from the sentry post to the city. There were so many fleeing civilians and chaotic places, but the V8 was always within her line of sight. Qin Xiu, hold on tight to my hand. Remember, you must not let go. Yi Qian was very worried about Qin Xiu. Qin Xiu's poor sense of direction had been deeply implanted in her mind. She was afraid that she would accidentally lose this ambassador who entered the war zone to negotiate despite knowing the dangers. Even if something happened to her, she had to protect the safety of the ambassador who carried the country's heavy responsibility. Her voice was a little tense, but it was as steady as steel. It was as if she was by his side, all the dangers would be shouldered and blocked by her, and the person she was protecting only needed to hide under her wings and not worry about any danger. The bang 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 sounds of bullets rang in his ears. The explosions in front of him were so close, but because she was holding his hand, Qin Xiu found himself very reassured. Reassured that with her by his side, he would definitely be safe. He had also experienced the flames of war. Fear had long been removed from him. As a diplomat, being fearless was also a compulsory course for them. However, with her by his side today, with her firmly holding his hand, even if the flames of war were right next to him, he felt peaceful. Be careful. Yi Qian didn't forget to remind Qin Xiu to be careful as they jumped over a broken wall that had been destroyed by artillery fire. Qin Xiu held her left hand tightly and jumped over the broken wall with his slender legs. He looked at Yi Qian with a hint of tenderness in his solemn and elegant handsome face. Don't worry too much about me, Yi Qian. I still have the ability to protect myself. He had been kidnapped before, and now he had encountered a suicide attack. This made him, who had always been learning Sanda, even more attentive. If he really encountered a few criminals, he could still deal with them with his bare hands. All the street lights went out, and the city was shrouded in darkness. Yi Qian, who was running, turned around and smiled at Qin Xiu when he heard this. About a kilometer ahead of them, there was the sound of gunfire. Amidst the soaring sparks, Qin Xiu saw Yi Qian turn around and smile. Her eyes were like water, and there was a brilliant light in them that made his heart beat faster. Falling in love at first sight, falling in love when we meet again, I have never forgotten you. My only wish is to spend the rest of my life with you, to spend my twilight years with you. Fight in the central area. Avoid the battle zone and leave from the side of the city. V8 was like a cheetah walking in the night. There was only calmness in his eyes as he analyzed the situation at the fastest speed. Swangla City is the territory of the Liqin Independent Army. The sudden battle might be caused by internal strife within the Liqin Independent Army. This has become the most unsafe city, so we have to leave as soon as possible. K7, who was guarding the rear, said calmly, "You make the arrangements, the three of us will follow closely." Okay. Yi Qian. V8 called out Yi Qian's name. He looked at their female soldier calmly and said coldly, "The ambassador is in your hands. No matter what happens, you have to stay with the ambassador. Take good care of the map. Once K7 and I separate from you guys, you have to escort the ambassador safely to the negotiation point. Remember, Yi Qian. We have people that we have to protect. Don't forget, we are soldiers who protect our country." Chapter 2277. This was to remind Yi Qian not to be moved by the sight of civilians in the chaos of war. Yi Qian nodded solemnly and replied with a firm voice, "Understood. Ambassador, Yi Qian will definitely protect you. Please believe in her." V8 looked at Qin Xiu again. Even though there were only 4 of them, they still needed to stabilize the morale of the troops. The reason why he said this was so that they could trust each other. Yi Qian would definitely protect him. There was no doubt about that. From the moment she grabbed his hand so tightly that it felt like they were one, Qin Xiu knew that she would definitely protect herself and use her life to protect him. "I believe in Yi Qian. I have always believed in her." Qin Xiu looked at V8 seriously and replied. After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Yi Qian's face. There was a deep, unreadable darkness in his eyes. He trusted her a lot. There had never been a girl who dared to throw away her own life to protect his safety. Because of her appearance, his world had been touched. His entire world had been deeply imprinted with her figure and the magnificence of her smile when she looked back. They were very close to the crossfire area. After temporarily stabilizing the morale of the troops, V8, who looked like a local, led the 3 of them out of the war zone. "Let's get out of here first, then find a car to leave." It was good to have a car. They couldn't waste time here. They walked very quickly, but they didn't attract any attention. The entire city was in chaos. The civilians in the center of the crossfire area were screaming, crying, and stumbling as they ran. Their homes were no longer safe. The soldiers with guns were no longer their protectors. The city was no longer their refuge. Escaping became the only option for the civilians in the city. More and more civilians ran out of their homes. The language of the neighboring country turned into a mournful tide. More and more people screamed, making more and more people feel hopeless. "Who can save us? Who can save us? God, please save us." A middle-aged woman from the neighboring country who believed in Christianity hugged her child and cried as she ran into the crowd. The state religion of the neighboring country was Buddhism, but a small number of people believed in Christianity. As Yi Qian listened to these desolate cries, her dark eyes grew colder and colder. Through the occasional flash of gunfire, one could see that her eyes were as clear as the cold stars. This is not an era of peace. It is just that we live in a peaceful country. The 4 of them had solemn expressions on their faces. They had to leave as soon as possible and arrive at the negotiation location on time. Tonight's chaos and the mournful cries of the people might happen in their own country one day. This way, away from the crowd. V8 no longer blended into the crowd. He walked to an alley and nimbly entered it. K7, who was at the back of the group, saw Yi Qian holding Qin Xiu's hand as they entered the alley, so he followed closely behind. They all knew that Qin Xiu was a bad ambassador. Even with Yi Qian keeping an eye on him, K7 would still keep an eye on him from time to time. Even though they had left the central war zone, the area around them was not safe. The local armed forces were divided. Occasionally, they would see soldiers rushing towards the central war zone with guns. They needed to avoid direct confrontation with the soldiers. The sound of gunfire kept coming from the sky above the city. Some of the gunfire came from nearby, but the distance was less than a few meters. The city in the neighboring country was not a large one. The roads were narrow, and small houses could be seen everywhere. The electricity lines that looked like spider webs intertwined with each other. It was as if the whole city was covered in a net. Chapter 2278. The smell of gunpowder thickened in the air, and the sound of bullets and cannons became more intense. Rushing out of the alley, the four ran into about 10 civilians who were running for their lives. They screamed and ran toward them, and it made the four's eyes turn even colder. "This way, follow me." The alley was like a maze, and V8 was like the maze's owner, always able to find the right exit in the shortest time possible. "Someone's coming." In the dark, Yi Qian heard several panicked footsteps coming from behind them. Someone had chosen the same escape route as them. Up ahead, another squad of 10 ran past the alley. V8 covered the mouth of a 13 or 14-year-old girl tightly, stopping her screams in her throat. All that could be heard was her muffled moans. Next to K7 was a middle-aged couple carrying a child, and behind them was an old man in his 60s. This was a family of 5. They had escaped from the center of the war and were planning to run to the child's aunt's home. "I'll let go now. You, don't make a sound. If you make a sound, your parents and grandfather will be shot by the people outside. Do you understand?" V8 used the local language to communicate with the girl. "On the count of 1, 2, 3, let go." The girl, whose eyes widened from fear, nodded in a panic to show that she understood. V8 let go, and she covered her mouth. In the dark, the girl's bright eyes were filled with heart-wrenching fear. She was afraid, but she was responsible for scouting the way and protecting the family. It was only then that Yi Jian noticed that the middle-aged couple, each carrying a child, were unable to walk. Their legs were crippled. "Can you take us with you? Can you take us with you?" The old man in his 60s said with a trembling voice, "If that's not possible, can you take the 3 children with you? Is that okay?" The middle-aged couple's eyes were filled with hope. They stared at the 4 people who had saved them with tears. The appearance of Yi Qian's group made them feel safe. V8 looked at the 2 children who were still in his arms. They were about 4 or 5 years old, young, and crippled. V8 sighed softly. "I'm sorry, but we can't take you with us. You'd better find a place to hide. I suggest you don't cross the city. If people run into you, they might shoot you. For your safety, you'd better find a place to hide." They had to refuse. Once they agreed, they would be a burden on their journey. They were not there to represent themselves, and they could not be heroes. The reason they were taking the risk to enter a neighboring country was because the country's border and the safety of its citizens were at stake. There was no choice. V8's answer extinguished all the hope in the eyes of the old man's family. The girl bit her lower lip and gently bowed to V8 with her palms pressed together to show that she had just saved them. It was the first time that Yi Jian had met a civilian who asked her for help during a war. She chose to put national affairs first and turned her head away to avoid making eye contact with the girl. "But at least," K7 said softly in English. He then took out his dagger and pried open the lock on the door behind him. Chapter 2279. V8 glanced at them and said to the family of 5, "Hide here for now. We'll talk again when the sun comes up. At least you're not in danger for now." "Thank you, thank you." The old man was the first to express his gratitude. He was very sincere and bowed deeply to express his gratitude. This was the best arrangement for both sides. Whether the family of 5 could escape the flames of war was no longer Yi Qian's concern. They still had their own missions to complete. This small episode didn't affect them much, but it gave Yi Qian a deep understanding of the cruelty of war. He more or less understood why his country immediately sent Qin Xiu to negotiate when a neighboring country was at war. Once a neighboring country's borders were affected by a neighboring country's war, perhaps one day it would be the civilians of his country asking for help from the other country's military. V8 walked at the front like a swimming dragon, silently brushing past the danger zone. He managed to avoid the local militants who went to provide support several times. 800 meters to our destination. We'll see it after passing through the alley. V8, with his back pressed against the wall, exhaled a mouthful of foul smoke. There had been a firefight here not long ago. The smell of smoke and blood lingered in the air. They needed to go to a school. After passing through the school, they would reach the nearest street to leave the city. Yi Qian had already loaded his gun and was ready to fire at any moment. Her hand was tightly gripping Qin Xiu's hand and didn't let go for even a second. The four people hiding in the dark passed through two alleys. The school was right in front of them. The main entrance is guarded. Go around and climb over the wall. V8 saw several armed soldiers standing at the school's main entrance. His eyes darkened as he quickly retreated. The school has been taken over. I'm afraid the city is completely divided. We need to leave as soon as possible. The city was divided. Some people supported the reactionary old regime while others supported the current ruling party. Once Qin Xiu's whereabouts were exposed, he would most likely become a target. Qin Xiu rarely spoke. At times like this, he only needed to follow the soldiers who protected him with their lives. The only thing he could do was make sure nothing happened to him. They couldn't pass through the school's main entrance. They had to climb over the wall. V8 was very familiar with the school. He went around the main entrance and arrived at the wall on the left. He bent his knees slightly and placed them on top of each other. He signaled Yi Qian to go first. Step on my shoulder and climb over the wall. K7 was in charge of being on guard. His eyes were sharp as he looked around. Yi Jian nodded and let go of Qin Xiu's hand. She ran up and stepped on V8's palms. As V8 lifted his hands, she quickly climbed up the wall. She leaned against the wall and gestured for Qin Xiu to come up. After all, Qin Xiu was a man. His body weight was much heavier than Yi Jian's, and he was not as skilled as Yi Jian and the other two. Although he had some martial arts skills, it was only limited to fighting. He could not leap onto roofs and vault over walls. Seeing that Yi Jian was as light as a swallow and only needed a run-up to nimbly flip over the wall, he took a deep breath. He could only step on the V8's knee and extend his hand to Yi Jian. With V8 and K7's help, Qin Xiu successfully climbed over the wall. News of the city's internal strife quickly spread back to China. The atmosphere at the border became even more tense. More troops were sent to the border and heavy weapons were mobilized. The military issued a military order overnight. They ordered more troops to be sent to the border just in case. Send 1 armored regiment and 2 infantry regiments to the northern border for a drill. Increase the number of troops at the border. Evacuate all citizens 30 kilometers away from the border. Chapter 2280. Report. The local ethnic militants have split. Our ambassador and 3 accompanying people have called. They have driven out of the civil strife city. Good. Keep in touch with the ambassador at all times. Hearing the news, the deputy commander of the Yun province military region relaxed a little. Now the neighboring country was in chaos, and several cities had become the focus of the war. It was always the civilians who suffered in the civil strife. The sound of gunfire scared them, and the sound of gunfire scared them even more. The unarmed civilians didn't dare to stay. They had to leave if they didn't want to leave their homes. There was still a faint smell of blood in the car, which couldn't be washed away even if they washed it several times. This was the smell of blood left by the car owner who was killed by a stray bullet. Qin Xiu sat upright with his thin lips tightly pursed. His initial elegance was gone, replaced by coldness and sharpness. Please speed up. We need to get to the negotiation point in advance. The civil strife in the neighboring country was deeper than imagined. The split of the ethnic militants in the city meant that the old government had instigated the ethnic militants. Once the war broke out, the border of our country would definitely be in chaos. Instigated without warning. It was not only the power of the old government and the anti-militants, but also the support from the outside. Qin Xiu had quickly adjusted the negotiation plan in his mind. He had to express his determination to defend the country's territory and protect the safety of our citizens with an absolute position and a strong attitude. Morgenthau talked about diplomacy in the book Politics Between Countries, Power Struggle and Peace. He pointed out that diplomacy was the art of persuasion, compromise, and using coercive force. He wouldn't compromise this time, only coercive force. Moreover, he was going to negotiate instead of talk. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Negotiation had a very obvious purpose. He had to fight for every benefit for his country. Talk was like a chat in a tea room. No matter the result or other gains, the whole process was to understand and find out what other people thought. The former was clear, while the latter was vague. Halfway through, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs called and once again clarified the purpose of the negotiation. This is a political negotiation, which involves the homeland security of our country and the safety of our citizens. We hope that the neighboring countries can sit down and negotiate with each other first to achieve mutual understanding and understanding. Our country doesn't participate in the politics of other countries, so we will always adhere to the idea of peace. The neighboring countries must fight with each other and ensure the peace of our borders. If you disturb the peace of our borders, our country will take necessary protective measures when necessary. When the Minister of Foreign Affairs said this, Qin Xiu turned on the speakerphone, the only phone that could be used to communicate with China, so that the three people in the car could hear it clearly. Qin Xiu was in charge of the whole negotiation, and the three of them swore to protect Qin Xiu with their lives. At 2:00 in the morning, the car with bullet holes on the door finally arrived at the negotiation location on time. Someone had already come to pick them up. Yi Qian saw another familiar comrade. J5. He winked at Yi Qian quietly, and then shook hands with Qin Xiu with a serious expression. Let's go in first. I'm afraid there might be some changes in the negotiation. A deputy commander came to us 10 minutes before you and only asked if you were here. He didn't tell us the details. There was a change in the negotiation? Qin Xiu, whose face suddenly darkened, walked with a swift and fierce wind, and the corners of his suit fluttered even though there was no wind. At this moment, as a diplomat, Qin Xiu attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 2281. Yi Jian followed closely behind him. Qin Xiu walked quickly and hurriedly. He was calm even in the war zone. When he reached the top of the stairs, he moved his long legs and took 3 steps with each step. He entered the 3-story building that was temporarily controlled by the Chinese soldiers as fast as he could. In the car, Qin Xiu had already tidied up his clothes. His bow tie was carefully tied and his collar was meticulously smoothed. His black suit jacket was so smooth that it looked like it had been ironed. There was no panic, only calmness. Only then did Yi Qian remember that Qin Xiu had been running with his suit jacket hanging in the crook of his arm. So when he appeared at the meeting point, his neat clothes made him look even more composed. A diplomat represented the country. The details of his attire and appearance had to be meticulous. Just like a soldier, he gave people a sense of calmness and inviolability. As a diplomat, Qin Xiu had done everything perfectly from the very beginning. He walked very quickly. His shiny and dust-free leather shoes stepped on the wooden floor, making thump-thump sounds. When he reached the second floor and approached the room where someone was waiting, Qin Xiu slowed down his footsteps and adjusted his already slow breathing. Then, he turned around and said to Yi Jian, "Is there anything wrong?" He was asking if his attire was messed up. Yi Qian looked quickly and finally pointed at his bow tie. "It's a little crooked to the left. Just straighten it." Yi Qian straightened his bow tie with his fair, slender fingers, then straightened his collar and tugged at the hem of his shirt. Looking at him up close, Yi Qian was full of respect for his details. Qin Xiu was able to become the youngest diplomat in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs not by luck, but by his own ability. The elegant and gentle Qin Xiu straightened his clothes. As his expression became more serious, his eyes darkened. Even his gentle and elegant temperament had changed greatly. He was fierce, calm, and orderly. This was a qualified and excellent diplomat from our country. We don't all have to go in together. Yi Qian, accompany me. Qin Xiu stopped and said to the 4 soldiers behind him, sometimes, more people means less power. J5 raised his hand, and V8 and the others behind him stopped in their tracks. Everyone's gaze fell on Yi Qian. J5 said sternly, Yi Qian, the ambassador's safety is in your hands. Don't worry. Yi Qian gave the order and walked with Qin Xiu to the room where someone was waiting. Qin Xiu's footsteps were very steady. Every step seemed to be carefully calculated. The distance was surprisingly consistent, and the rhythm of his steps was very strong. Just by listening to his voice, one could feel that he was a mature and steady man with a deep mind. I'll open the door. When they were about to reach the door, Qin Xiu said gently. The fierceness in the corner of his eyes faded a little as he looked at Yi Qian, revealing his gentleness. Come in after me. This was when Qin Xiu was in charge, and Yi Qian obeyed him the whole time. When he knocked on the door, Yi Qian, who was paying attention, saw him raise his hand. The gentleness that he had when he spoke to him disappeared instantly, and only coldness remained. The door opened immediately. It was obvious how anxious the person waiting inside was. Inside was a middle-aged man in a khaki military uniform. When he saw Qin Xiu standing at the door, the anxious middle-aged man's eyes lit up. You're the ambassador sent by China, right? He spoke fluent Mandarin and was the deputy commander of the Democratic Alliance Army in the 2nd Special District of the neighboring country. I've received news that the old regime has no intention of negotiating. Mr. Ambassador, for your safety, the commander and I suggest canceling the negotiation at 7 in the morning. This news was undoubtedly a bomb dropped on the already turbulent waters. Chapter 2282. Qin Xiu sat down without a trace of emotion in his eyes. He calmly sat down and looked at the deputy commander of the Alliance Army. He smiled and said, Sir, can you tell me how you found out about the old regime? He didn't panic and held the right to ask questions from the beginning. The deputy commander glanced at Yi Qian. Before he said anything, Qin Xiu understood. You can rest assured that no one will know what you say tonight. The new ruling party doesn't want to expand the war. They found out that there are forces supporting them behind the old regime. The new ruling party hopes that your country will continue to remain neutral. Our 2 countries have been on good terms for decades. The leader of the new regime hopes that our 2 countries can maintain friendly relations. The deputy commander spoke very sincerely, but Yi Qian secretly clenched his fists. Continue to remain neutral? Does this mean that the neighboring country hopes that our country can tolerate it even if it endangers our country's territory? They hope that our 2 countries can maintain friendly relations. This is a threat. They are telling China that if China insists on interfering, the diplomatic relations between our 2 countries will be broken at any time. He spoke sincerely, but he couldn't hide his contempt for China. A weak country has no status, and a weak country has no dignity. The bandit logic of falling behind constantly reminds us that if we don't want to be beaten, have no status, and have no dignity, we have to constantly strive for self-improvement. As a soldier, Yi Qian lowered his eyes slightly to hide the anger in his eyes. Qin Xiu, he must turn his words into a slap and ruthlessly slap the other party's face. He must tell them that China is no longer the same as before. The deputy commander's words seemed sincere, but he didn't realize it himself. Qin Xiu could naturally hear it and understand the other party's intentions. During a negotiation, the negotiator had to keep a cool head. They couldn't hand their emotions over to the other party just because of a few words. Instead, they had to keep a clear mind and immediately understand why the other party said those words, and what the other party meant by those words. As the youngest diplomat in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Qin Xiu's gaze was firm. He calmly said, I can tell you very clearly that our country has always adhered to the policy of governing the country peacefully. We don't participate in the political affairs of any other country. However, this time your country's intentions are sinister. It's impossible for our country to not express ourselves and not appear. Your country has already pointed its sword at our territory. If we don't express ourselves and not appear. Sir, do you think that's possible? I will wait until 7 o'clock. If the negotiators from the old regime and the new regime don't appear, I will immediately convey your country's attitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of National Defense, and the military. At the same time, all ports will be closed and completely. This is our country's attitude. According to the original schedule, 7. I hope, if the negotiators from your country, the negotiations will unconditionally. And our country will immediately take necessary measures to maintain the stability of our borders. The Deputy Commander of the 2nd Special Administrative Region, Deputy of the 2nd Special Administrative Region of the 2nd Special Administrative Region Regions. It's at the same time, the Deputy Commander of the 2nd Special Administrative Region was helping him. And the Deputy to the OVs, to the 2nd Special Districts, to the OV, to help, to the Chin. Ts have a S's. Twos to negotiate Zion S. The domineering Chin shows every word had a certain degree of intimidation, but he did not suppress it all the way. Instead, he first asked questions with the other party's attitude. While expressing their country's position, he did not forget to tell the deputy commander that their country's position was to protect their homeland from being invaded. Chapter 2283. Maintaining a good relationship with your negotiating partner was a key point in diplomatic negotiations. The deputy commander raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead. In his heart, he was cursing the old regime. However, he also felt that it was not appropriate for him to come here. There was no way he could convince the Chinese ambassador to turn a blind eye to the flames of war in his country. Before he left, one of the leaders of the new regime had told him in a very disdainful tone, "China has always been weak. As long as our attitude is firm, they will endure unconditionally like before. You can tell him directly that our artillery might accidentally land in China's territory, but we didn't mean to offend them. Please remind the Chinese side to evacuate the Chinese residents at the border who might be affected by the artillery to a safe area. China has always been the weak side in diplomacy. Just take the attack on the residents last year as an accidental explosion to resolve such a major incident. As for China, no matter how angry they are, they can only suppress the anger in their heart. China insists on governing the country peacefully. We don't want the two countries to go to war, and we don't want to go back to the era where we can't even fill our stomachs. In the face of artillery fire that accidentally entered our territory, China can only choose to endure now." The deputy commander thought of the leader's words and cursed him countless times in his heart. What do you mean China will be the same as before? Bullshit. Influenced, he also thought this way before he came. He thought that as long as they said a few words and told the Chinese ambassador that they would not attack the Chinese ambassador, the matter would be resolved. Who knew that the Chinese ambassador's attitude was firm, and the calmness he showed made him wonder if the other side had already made arrangements. Everyone wanted to govern the country peacefully. No one wanted war. Everyone was afraid that a war would cause the country's strength to decline, let alone internal strife. Once other countries suddenly interfered, then it would no longer be internal strife within the country, but internal and external troubles. The Chinese side's strength made the deputy commander know that the leaders of the new regime's plan had failed. It was impossible to move the fire of war outward and protect the city from destruction. This was a whimsical idea. Ambassador, we are indeed very sincere. We just hope that the Chinese side will continue to maintain the original attitude of watching. We really don't need any special expressions from the Chinese side. The deputy commander of the 2nd SAR, who also came with a heavy responsibility, couldn't help but lower his posture a little. Our 2nd SAR has always been pro-China. That's why I risked being assassinated by the old regime tonight to communicate with the Chinese side in advance. I hope that the Chinese side can consider our proposal. Consider our proposal? The corners of Qin Xiu's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. The color of his black eyes deepened with the faint smile, almost turning dark and containing a bit of sharpness. Your country has chosen to go against the flow, but you still want our country to continue to abide by the peace treaty. Your Excellency, there is a saying in our country, only the state officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps, which can be used to describe your country's current actions. Our country has always adhered to the policy of peace. Our country is benevolent and righteous, and we do not like to destroy the friendship between the two countries. However, this does not mean that our country is giving in. Please do not take our attitude as giving in. The flames of war have already risen and spread to the borders of our country. Continuing to maintain the original attitude of watching is just your country's imagination. The sanctity of our country cannot be violated. This is our country's only attitude. It's getting late. Deputy Commander, you should go back as soon as possible and truthfully convey our attitude to your country's leaders. Chapter 2284. Qin Xiu stood up with a smile in his eyes. His posture was stern, but he still had the demeanor of a great country. He was sending the guests off. The deputy commander left quickly. He had to convey China's attitude to all the leaders of the new government immediately. He had to tell them that China's attitude this time was strong and that they had come prepared. The room was very quiet. Qin Xiu had been sitting quietly in his original position. Yi Qian, who was sitting on his left, did not disturb him. Instead, he sat quietly with him. She was deeply shocked by Qin Xiu's diplomatic talk. Qin Xiu represented the country's gateway. The strength he displayed was very good at upholding China's dignity. Yi Qian felt very proud to have such a diplomat. Although he didn't know much about diplomacy, he could tell that the deputy commander wanted to take the initiative. In the end, Qin Xiu quietly took the initiative and emphasized that the negotiation time would be at 7 o'clock. This meant that he had grasped the time limit in his hands. It was just the beginning. She could already foresee how serious the negotiation would be at 7 o'clock p.m. sharp. After about 5 minutes, Qin Xiu, who was sitting quietly, looked up and calmly looked at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, please ask the soldiers outside to come in. We have some things to discuss. There was indeed a change in the negotiation at 7 o'clock p.m. The new government and the old government seemed to have reached a consensus. However, the deputy commander of the 2nd Special Administrative Region suddenly came in, indicating that there were internal differences within the new government. If there were internal differences, it would undoubtedly damage the authority of the negotiators. This was beneficial to China. The 5 minutes of silence allowed Qin Xiu to analyze the negotiation situation in more detail. When J5 and the others came in, Qin Xiu spoke of his arrangements with a sharp gaze. It's very likely that the old government will not arrive on time. I need to contact the military now and leak some information about our current arrangements at the border. What he meant was to put pressure on the borders of neighboring countries to let the old government, new government, and national armed forces know China's attitude. J5 nodded. I'll contact the military immediately. I will arrive at the negotiation location 10 minutes in advance to show my sincerity and respect to the negotiators. At 7 o'clock p.m. sharp, if any negotiator does not arrive on time, I will leave immediately. As an ambassador, I represent the country. In such a serious situation, even if the other party is late by even a minute, it means that they have lost respect for our country. And my early departure is likely to indirectly promote the struggle between the old regime and the new regime. When dragons and tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. If the momentum is too great, it will definitely harm the innocent. Everyone, my departure will put you in a dangerous position. Qin Xiu told them everything he could think of and what might happen, so that all the soldiers in the room would feel confident. Ambassador, you don't have to worry too much. Before we came here, we already knew that the situation was dangerous. Everything you do represents the dignity of our country. As soldiers, we have to fight for the dignity of our country. J5's words were cold and heavy, revealing a fearless military might, telling Qin Xiu of their determination. No matter what happens next, we must always remember the mission and responsibility that we shoulder. Qin Xiu smiled slowly. Look, these are the soldiers of our country. It was because of them that he had the strength to face the negotiators of the neighboring countries. With them, he could be fearless. What Qin Xiu did not know was that these soldiers he faced had another important mission. The military learned that the old government was supported by a certain country in America, and this country secretly sent someone to contact the old government in the neighboring countries. J5 was responsible for assassinating this person directly. Chapter 2285. J5 and K7 looked at each other and knew that they could begin their mission now. They could tell from Qin Xiu's words that the negotiation would not go smoothly at 7:00 in the morning. China did not interfere with the politics of other countries. Similarly, they would not allow anyone to destroy the peace of China. Since it was all done in secret, then let's do it in secret. Soon, the news of the deployment of additional troops at the border of China spread. There were also a few blurry photos of armored weapons and new missiles that were half covered. The photos were released at 6:40 a.m. The military media had not reported it yet, but the old government, the new government, and the armed forces of various ethnic groups already had these photos. In the building occupied by the old government, a group of people sat around a large conference table with cold expressions and gloomy eyes. One of the leaders sitting at the head of the table had a dark expression on his face. He threw a few photos on the table and said angrily, "What do you think is our attitude? Do you see it? New missiles, armored weapons, they are all here. What else do you have to say? In Chinese terms, you are a group of frogs in a well. China is weak. Can only endure. Can only swallow this humiliation. Do you see it? These are the surface-to-air missiles that China used during last year's celebration. If a few missiles come, you will all be finished. China says it is a drill. Do you believe that this is a drill? Missiles, tanks, armored weapons, 3 regiments, thousands of people suddenly appeared in a drill. Do you think this is a drill?" The leader was so angry that he slammed the table. The people sitting below all held their breaths and endured the anger silently. The ambassador sent by China told the new government that if he does not see any negotiators at 7:00 sharp, he will leave on time. "Commander-in-Chief, why don't we wait a little longer? If the Chinese ambassador does not leave at 7:00 sharp, we can send someone over immediately." "That's right, Commander-in-Chief. The Chinese ambassador and the others are used to waiting. Since they are used to waiting, let him wait a little longer this time. They want to use a drill to intimidate us. Ha, China is not a Western country. We can let him wait. Our negotiators are leaving now and will arrive at around 7:20 a.m. Call them first and say that there is an emergency that needs to be dealt with immediately. That's why they can't arrive in time. Yes, we will call at 6:50 a.m. and ask the Chinese ambassador to wait for us for 20 minutes. I think so. Something came up at the last minute, so we called in advance to explain the importance we attach to this negotiation and our respect for China." At 6:50 p.m., Qin Xiu arrived at the negotiation site. At 6:51 p.m., Old Jing called, saying that there was an urgent matter that needed to be dealt with. He hoped that the Chinese ambassador would understand. He asked the Chinese ambassador to wait for 20 minutes. They would arrive at 7:20 p.m. on time. The call from the old regime made the negotiators of the New Deal and the National Armed Forces heave a sigh of relief. It wasn't that the negotiators of the old regime didn't want to come, but something came up at the last minute and couldn't arrive on time. "I'm very sorry, Ambassador. Please wait for another 20 minutes. The negotiators from the old regime will definitely arrive. We are very grateful for the Chinese side's understanding and support. We hope that the Chinese side can forgive us for this hurried meeting. Sometimes, there are some things that can't be avoided. We can only do our best." The negotiators of the old government did not arrive on time. The negotiators of the two sides had already expressed their goodwill to Qin Xiu and China, hoping that China would continue to support the neighboring countries and jointly maintain the stability of the border between the two countries. Chapter 2286. Before the official time, Yi Qian, who had come in with him, knew that the informal negotiations had already begun. They were facing a pincer attack from 2 foreign ambassadors from 2 neighboring countries. They were trying to make things difficult for Qin Xiu by saying that the 2 countries should work together for peaceful development. They were even trying to use peace to force Qin Xiu to agree with them before he even entered the formal negotiations. Yi Qian's expression was calm, but there was anger under it. Now that Yi Qian was facing difficulties, especially those who were trying to make things difficult for him, the more difficult it was for Yi Qian. His expression was as calm as a mirror, without the slightest ripple. Right now, this was Qin Xiu's home ground. She was only there to ensure his safety. It was up to Qin Xiu to deal with the difficulties of the foreign negotiators. For some reason, Qin Xiu's behavior outside seemed to have reassured everyone. J5 and K7, who were guarding outside, were not worried at all. Yi Qian and V8, who were accompanying him inside, were not nervous at all. They believed that Qin Xiu could handle everything well. Since the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had only sent Qin Xiu, and only the youngest ambassador in the entire Ministry of Foreign Affairs, wasn't this a strong declaration to the outside world? There was no need to send an experienced ambassador. Our country's young ambassador could fight a group of heroes. Qin Xiu could indeed fight a group of heroes. Right now, he was no longer an individual, but an ambassador representing his country. He was facing the two foreign ambassadors from neighboring countries who had yet to officially start using sincerity to hide their arrogance. His gentleness when he sat down was swept away. He stared at the two people across from him with a sharp gaze. His polite tone was firm. Your Excellency has completely subverted the true meaning of, the two countries should work together for peaceful development! The two countries represent both neighboring countries and China, not just China alone. Our countries, the two countries should work together for peaceful development. Just like in the beginning, we advocate the supreme concept of peace, harmony, and harmony. We have always been working hard for the peace and development of mankind. As Your Excellency said, when faced with your artillery fire that has landed on our territory, do we still need to understand and support you? Your Excellency, working together for the peaceful development of the two countries, means that the two countries can only achieve peace if they work together. In the face of your country's invasion of our territory, your country's meaning is that if we don't express our understanding and support, it will be a breach of peace. Your country's bandit logic has really opened my eyes. Her clear and elegant voice was loud and clear. Facing Lin Guocheng, who was deliberately making things difficult for her on the surface, she directly replied, Our country advocates peace, but we will never tolerate the invasion of our territory. Yi Qian gently loosened his clenched fists under the table. The intentions of the two diplomats from the neighboring countries were extremely sinister. To put it simply, if China insisted on pursuing the matter of the artillery fire that landed on China's territory, then China would be destroying the peaceful development of the two countries. Using the peace between the two countries as a conspiracy theory, they were still testing the bottom line of the Chinese side. Since the victory of the anti-Japanese war, China had been concealing its strength and biding its time. In the face of some provocations, large and small, it chose to remain silent because of its military strength. As a result, when the artillery fire spread to our territory, the wrong party still dared to turn around and challenge us. Today, China's military strength had made a breakthrough, and it had developed high-end weapons on its own. Qin Xiu's strength was to tell the neighboring countries not to take China's, concealing its strength and biding its time, as a step back. The two diplomats from the neighboring countries were indeed shocked. Before this, they had never thought that China would be so strong. It was even several times stronger than last night. Chapter 2287. Last night, the deputy commander of the 2nd Special Administrative Region conveyed Qin Xiu's attitude. The leaders of the New Deal and the leaders of the Allied forces quickly convened an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. In order to suppress Qin Xiu's strength, the two of them used the excuse of disrupting peaceful development to make the Chinese side have no choice but to agree to their proposal. Unexpectedly, when they launched their attack, the Chinese ambassador's momentum was so strong that it shocked them so much that their backs were covered in sweat. The Chinese ambassador misunderstood. We never thought of unilaterally disrupting peace. Absolutely not. The ambassador of the Allied forces was the first to speak. He looked down at his watch, stood up, and said politely, There's still 5 minutes until 7 o'clock. I'll hurry the negotiator and ask him how long it will take for him to arrive. Qin Xiu smiled faintly and said to Yi Qian, who entered the venue with him, inform the outside that I'll be leaving at 7:00 sharp. Then he turned slightly to V8 and said in a low voice, inform the military that the exercise will begin on time. Okay. V8, who was impressed by Qin Xiu's strength, nodded slightly. He couldn't help but look at him with admiration. As he got up, he moved his fingers inadvertently and quietly gave Yi Qian a look, indicating for her to protect Qin Xiu. Then he left the venue. The foreign affairs negotiator of the New Deal also instructed the staff accompanying him. Feed back the Chinese ambassador's words without missing a word. Come up with a new countermeasure. Give me an answer as soon as possible. He was no longer as calm as before. There was a faint trace of anxiety in his expression. In the diplomatic negotiation field, the development of the situation and the severity of the situation could change at any time. The neighboring countries took the initiative to launch an attack on Qin Xiu's side with the reason of peaceful development together. As soon as Qin Xiu's side relaxed a little, the neighboring countries would move forward to attack. Qin Xiu didn't give them a chance, which was equivalent to blocking their reasons. The neighboring countries couldn't do anything if they didn't get a response. Naturally, they would feel anxious. The sweat on their backs was the first sign of their momentum beginning to weaken. Yi Qian cheered for Qin Xiu and felt even more proud. There were outstanding diplomats like Qin Xiu, who fought for the interests of the country, and excellent soldiers like Captain Xia, who protected the country when it was invaded. The rise of a big country was no longer a pale fantasy, but a real reality step by step. Other than the ambassadors of the V8 and the Alliance, there were 6 other people in the meeting room. There were 2 on our side and 4 on the other side. Each ambassador was accompanied by a staff member and a soldier. The soldier was responsible for the ambassador's safety. Yi Qian's attention was on the 2 soldiers protecting the ambassadors. The ambassador of the neighboring country didn't speak casually anymore. After smiling at Qin Xiu, he flipped through the information in his hand. He looked calm, but in fact, even his palms were sweating slightly at this time. He was a little worried about how the diplomatic negotiators of the Alliance Army would communicate with the negotiators of the old government. The old government was influenced by Roy Lila. Their central thinking was quite extreme. They were the only ones who could betray others, but others couldn't betray them. He didn't know if there would be any changes in the future, but the situation at hand wasn't good. The unprecedented strength of the Chinese side came at the wrong time. It messed up all their plans. So much so that the secret agreement between them and the old government would be changed again. This was the situation they didn't want to see the most. Chapter 2288. If the Chinese side cooperated as usual, there wouldn't be so much trouble. But they didn't cooperate, and their attitude was even stronger than last night, so they were now in a passive position. The neighboring country's ambassador, who was dissatisfied with the Chinese side's attitude, couldn't help but purse his lips. Yi Qian, who was sitting opposite him, saw this and glanced at him indifferently. Finally, he returned a faint smile to the neighboring country's soldier who was staring at him, and calmly looked at the other party. You look at me, and I look back at you. This was, courtesy demands reciprocity. Yi Qian thought that Qin Xiu was quite outstanding, and Qin Xiu also thought that Yi Qian was quite outstanding. When he turned his head slightly, he saw that her expression was calm as she looked indifferently at the neighboring country's soldier. He couldn't help but laugh. You're very calm, not bad. He leaned slightly closer to Yi Qian and laughed softly. You've made me see you in a new light again. Surprise after surprise was equivalent to surprise after surprise, and it was also equivalent to being moved again and again. When the other party saw this, he consciously looked away. Yi Qian turned sideways, lowered his head, and replied with a faint smile, same here. I don't know how many times I've applauded your answer just now. If I could clap my hands, my palms would definitely be red. The girl smiled sweetly. Her lips were as red as cherry blossoms, which contrasted with her fair skin and rosy skin. She was like a ripe fruit, tempting people to take a bite to see if there was too much juice or too much sweetness inside. It wasn't time for formal negotiations yet, so Qin Xiu, who was appropriately relaxed, calmly hid the darkness in his eyes. When he suddenly smelled a faint fragrance, he realized that as Yi Qian leaned over and lowered his head, the two of them were very close to each other. They were so close that her soft hair brushed against his forehead. That faint, soft touch caused Qin Xiu's eyelids to droop a little. After hiding everything well, he smiled faintly and said, "It seems that you quite admire me now." If he said this outside, it would be a bit ambiguous, but at this time, it was as if he needed to be acknowledged. Yi Qian nodded and looked sincerely at the outstanding diplomat in front of him. "Everyone admires you, including me. You stepped forward and defended the dignity of our country." "You too, Yi Qian." Qin Xiu answered with a smile as he put some distance between them. He couldn't do anything inappropriate in an inappropriate situation. Although the delicate fragrance was tempting, it was not worth mentioning compared to national affairs. Outside, the diplomatic negotiator sent by the alliance was trying to suppress his anger as he spoke to the negotiator sent by the old regime. "Where the hell are you now? The Chinese ambassador won't budge an inch, and the time will be completely according to the agreed 7:00. Your delay is the most foolish behavior. There are still 2 minutes left before 7:00. If you don't show up immediately, you don't have to come again. No one will wait for you here. You will also pay the price for your foolish actions." The old regime's diplomatic negotiations were still in the car. He didn't dare to be too careless when he entered the new regime's territory. There were a total of 4 cars, but he didn't sit in the most luxurious car in front. Instead, he sat in the staff car in the back to avoid being targeted by the new regime snipers. Hearing this, he snorted softly. The Chinese side's attitude suddenly became strong because you are weak. Do you still need to be afraid of a country that doesn't dare to do anything? Peace, peace. Tell the Chinese side that they hope for peace between the two countries. It's best to cooperate. Chapter 2289. There was nothing to be afraid of. Commander Ruolila had the support of Western hegemonic countries behind him. There was no need to be afraid of a country that didn't even have much international standing. Moreover, it was the new government that was in charge of foreign affairs. If anything happened, the new government would be responsible for it. It had nothing to do with Commander Ruolila. Was the Chinese really not going to cooperate? With Commander Ruolila's methods, the Chinese ambassador wouldn't be able to leave easily. The old regime's diplomatic negotiator's indifference made the alliance's diplomatic negotiator very angry. There's 1 minute left until 7. If you don't show up, this negotiation will be terminated. If Commander Ruolila doesn't terminate the negotiation, no one will. Tell the Chinese ambassador that I'll be there at 7:20. Since you want to cooperate with the old regime, now is the time to show your sincerity. The old regime's diplomatic negotiator was firm in his words. After he finished speaking, he unilaterally ended the communication. The alliance's diplomatic negotiator was offended. His face turned green and white. There was obvious anger in his eyes. Seeing that there was less than a minute left, he could only jog back to the meeting. There were 40 seconds left until 7. J5 looked down at the change in the time and maintained contact with China. No one from Commander Ruolila's side has appeared. Our military exercise, the countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. J5's deep voice suddenly sounded like a sharp sword being unsheathed. With a murderous aura, he said, "Begin the exercise." At 7 o'clock sharp, if either side of the negotiation didn't show up on time, the Chinese military exercise would coordinate with Qin Xiu's time and immediately begin the large firepower mountain attack exercise. China had always been benevolent, especially in the international community. It would never do anything that would endanger the friendship between the two countries. China had always abided by international treaties and never violated the terms of the treaties. It had always prohibited everything and worked hard to promote world peace and development. Then, the neighboring countries and even other countries interpreted China's attitude as forbearance, concession, and cowardice. The mortar fired by the neighboring country that fell into China's territory was actually a test to see how far China would go. Qin Shi wouldn't allow the neighboring countries to continue testing. China wouldn't allow this kind of testing with contempt. Yi Qian and V8 received Qin Shi's order and immediately prepared for everything. He stood up with an imposing aura and said coldly to the negotiator, "Sorry, time is up. Our negotiation has failed. I am very sorry that Commander Herrera does not wish to contribute to the stability of the border between our two countries. I hope that your country can solve its internal problems for the time being and not endanger our borders. Please wait, Mr. Ambassador." When the New Deal ambassador saw this, his expression suddenly changed. The staff he had just sent to ask for instructions from the higher-ups had not returned yet, and the Chinese ambassador had left without even staying for a minute. "Mr. Ambassador." The ambassador of the Alliance Army pushed the door open and entered. He suppressed his anger and said sincerely, "Mr. Ambassador, please wait for another 20 minutes. The representative sent by Commander Rila will be here soon." "Mr. Ambassador, please wait for another 20 minutes. Why don't we go to the banquet room and have a glass of champagne first?" When the two sides saw that Qin Shi really stood up and left, the negotiators of the new policy couldn't help but stand up. They didn't expect that the Chinese side would suddenly stop making concessions and become so aggressive. For a moment, they panicked. One of them walked around the conference table and hurried over, while the other stood at the door, trying to persuade Qin Shi to stay. Chapter 2290. The two soldiers who were in charge of protecting the neighboring countries' negotiations strode over and stared at Qin Shi. They were very rude. The rudeness of the neighboring country's soldiers made Yi Qian's eyes darken. She stepped out from behind Qin Shi and swept away her previous calmness. Her dark eyes were filled with a murderous aura. Her gaze was like a bullet as it swept straight towards the two soldiers who were rude to Qin Shi. She didn't walk in front of Qin Shi but stood side by side with him. She didn't block Qin Shi's fierce aura and also let the other party know that she wasn't an ordinary staff member. The two neighboring countries' soldiers probably didn't expect that the Chinese woman who had been silent all this time, who looked delicate and didn't even have a sense of existence, would suddenly have a big change in her aura. She was like a general who had returned from the battlefield bathed in blood. The bloody and murderous aura made the two neighboring countries' soldiers' pupils contract slightly. They ignored this Chinese woman. She wasn't an accompanying staff member at all, but a Chinese female soldier. Moreover, she was a Chinese female soldier whose hands were stained with human lives. Her gaze was like a bullet passing by, bringing with it a sharpness that made the cerebral cortex tense. The two neighboring countries' soldiers' right hands couldn't help but slowly reach for their waists. Yi Qian said to Qin Shi, "You go first." "They are outside." V8 went out and didn't come in. He was standing at the door to support Qin Shi. When he got up, his fingers moved inadvertently. This was a secret gesture to Yi Qian, indicating that he was in charge of the outside and she was in charge of the inside. Hearing her words, Qin Shi didn't seem to notice the sudden hostile atmosphere in front of him. He nodded indifferently and calmly walked towards the door. Qin Shi had already shown the neighboring country's ambassador the strength that couldn't be offended. At this time, Qin Shi's indifferent gaze swept over, emitting a sense of oppression that made the Alliance Army's negotiation ambassador who was blocking the door a little tense. "Mr. Ambassador, you'd better," seeing that Qin Shi was about to walk out of the door, the ambassador of the Alliance Army was unwilling to give up and wanted to persuade him to stop again. However, Qin Shi, whose handsome face was cold, walked past him without even looking at him. When the New Deal ambassador saw that there was no way to stop Qin Shi from leaving, he couldn't help but chase after him anxiously. Yi Qian stopped him and said politely, "Your Excellency, please wait. This is not a problem with our country. It's just that some people are not cooperating. Our ambassador's intentions are very clear. He hopes that your country can resolve its internal problems for the time being and not endanger our borders." With Yi Qian blocking the way, the V8 escorted Qin Shi out. Yi Qian's appearance made the two soldiers from the neighboring country tense up instantly. Their right hands were already touching their waists, as if they were going to pull out their guns and force them to stay in the next second. For a second, the ambassador from the neighboring country's new government did have such an idea in his mind, but he suppressed it. Because it was not a small matter to pull out their guns and force an ambassador to stay. China's attitude was already very strong. If they still forced the Chinese ambassador to stay, a few surface-to-air missiles would land on them. In the end, the New Deal would be at a disadvantage. The New Deal only wanted to democratize the North. They absolutely could not have a conflict with China. Yi Qian quickly caught up with Qin Xiu with a cold expression and said in a low voice, "They wanted to pull out their guns just now. We have to leave here as soon as possible. You escort the ambassador out first. I'll cover the rear." The V8 immediately arranged and stayed a few steps behind in case something unexpected happened. He could stall for time for Yi Qian and Qin Xiu to leave. Chapter 2291. Qin Xiu walked out of the conference hall with a warm expression. He still had a smile on his face. The New Deal and the Alliance Army don't have the guts to do that, but... His smile instantly turned sharp, and even his voice was much tighter. But the old regime's Ruilala side might not. The Alliance Army ambassador at the door chased after Qin Xiu to the door and watched him leave without looking back. He was very anxious. He really left. The ambassador sent by the Chinese side really left. They were used to the Chinese side giving in. They suddenly became so strong. This kind of unprecedented thing happened to them. Things are getting tricky. He returned to the conference hall and spoke to the New Deal ambassador in a deep voice. The Chinese side's attitude will become a stumbling block to our country's democratization. If there is no way to take back the northern land, we will first eliminate Ruilala's group. I will go back and report to the commander-in-chief now. You should report our situation to them. We need to express our position as soon as possible and come up with the next step of the plan to completely eliminate the old regime's Ruilala armed forces. Report the current situation as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will be passive. Hearing this, the New Deal ambassador's eyes flashed with a haze. He said in a deep voice, "Now the old regime is giving us a big problem. I don't know if Ruilala will be able to appease the Chinese side's anger by coming out personally." "You mean?" The Alliance Army ambassador seemed to have guessed something. He frowned and showed a disapproving expression. "No, this is undoubtedly..." Someone hurried in and interrupted the Alliance Army ambassador. It was the staff sent out by the New Deal ambassador who had returned. He looked at the conference hall where the Chinese ambassador was no longer present. He walked over to the New Deal ambassador and said a few words softly. The Alliance Army ambassador saw the New Deal ambassador's frown disappear. The haze on his face also gradually faded. In the end, he even smiled. Could it be that the New Deal leaders have a solution to the current predicament? The Alliance Army ambassador's eyes narrowed. Seeing that the other party was afraid that he would hear, his eyes flashed with a dark light. He simply sat aside and watched coldly. "Okay, tell the higher-ups. I know what to do." The New Deal ambassador nodded. The smile on his face deepened. After the staff left, the New Deal ambassador sat back in his chair with a smile. He smiled at the Alliance Army ambassador who had a cold gaze. The higher-ups already have a countermeasure. Did he have a countermeasure? The ambassador sat up straight and asked, "What's the plan?" "It's similar to the countermeasure I thought of before." The moment the New Deal negotiator opened his mouth, the Allied Army negotiator on the other side frowned even more. However, the new policy negotiator was very excited. He lowered his voice and said, "If we want to eliminate the old regime and temporarily stabilize the Northlands, this is the best way. The old regime broke the agreement first and offended the Chinese ambassador. It's also the best time for us to send troops to wipe out the old regime. But this is not a very good countermeasure, a countermeasure that will put our country at the heart of the struggle." Did General Wu Wenu of the New Deal military group say anything? I would like to hear what the general has suggested. The ambassador of the Allied forces knew that their commander was close to the Chinese side, and he was opposed to the new policy of playing dirty behind the scenes. However, if General Wu Wenu of the New Deal military group agreed, then the alliance would have nothing to say. At most, they would not participate. Chapter 2292. Before he came, Commander-in-Chief Dan Su had told him that if the negotiations failed, the alliance would not participate. The Northern Territory could be dealt with later. The ambassador laughed and nodded. That's right. General Wu Wenu agreed. He was the one who first proposed the countermeasures here. The Allied Army's diplomatic ambassador's heart sank. Even the military group dared to do this. Did they eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Even if they wanted to achieve national democratization, they shouldn't use such a radical strategy to offend China. Outside, a soldier from the neighboring military group strode into the venue with a cold expression. He met Qin Xiu and Yi Qian face to face and walked straight toward the venue. Then the soldier met V8, who was a few steps behind. Both of them were wearing military uniforms. They nodded to each other as a sign of politeness and left after a brief exchange of glances. The ambassador who was about to leave opened the door of the conference room and met the person from the military group. Seeing the other party's serious expression, his heart sank and he immediately turned back to the conference room. This expression was not a good one. One look at it and one would feel that something was wrong. The Chinese side is 50 kilometers away from our border and is conducting a strong firepower exercise. According to the report, this exercise is an army exercise and there are no air exercises for the time being. However, there are air-launched missiles at our border, so we can't rule out air exercises. The soldier with a cold expression described the current situation at the border to the two negotiators. At the same time, he conveyed the opinions of the two top leaders. Immediately leave the war zone, what? The ambassador who was smiling just now was shocked. He looked at the equally shocked ambassador and asked anxiously, "Did you send someone to keep an eye on them? Is there any other news? Are there any signs of them advancing toward our border?" Now, he was anxious. Two exclamations came from the conference room. V8, who was a few steps behind, had a ruthless sneer in his eyes. You want the Chinese side to continue to remain silent? What a joke. The door of the conference room gradually closed, cutting off the sound of the soldiers of the neighboring country. Yi Jian, who had walked a few meters away, walked beside Qin Xiu. Her pace was a little fast. Now they needed to leave the heavily guarded negotiation point as soon as possible. J5 greeted the three and walked side by side with V8 as they escorted Qin Xiu out of the building. Outside, the K7 had already opened the door for Qin Xiu. There was a certain distance between the venue and the outside. Qin Xiu noticed that Yi Qian's expression was exceptionally cold as a sword. He deliberately slowed down his steps and asked with a smile, "Were you nervous for a few seconds just now?" It referred to whether they were nervous when they pulled out their guns. A little. Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. Then, he asked with some doubt, "Why do I feel like you were referring to something when you said that you wanted Lin Gua to solve the problem internally?" Qin Xiu, who had a cold expression on his face, stared at Yi Jian for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, "When you stopped the negotiator for the new policy and said those words, I thought you understood my intention. It turns out that you didn't. You were just following along with what I said. I hope that your country can solve its internal problems for the time being and not endanger our border." Yi Qian was indeed following Qin Xiu's words, but his intentions were unclear. He needed to explain. Chapter 2293. Qin Xiu walked down the stairs calmly and left calmly. He was so calm that even V8, who was following closely behind him, did not notice the cold hostility flashing in his eyes. The new policy of the neighboring countries has ulterior motives. They want to spread the flames of war to speed up the destruction of the armed forces of the northern region. They dare to do so because they believe that our country will concede to the benevolence of the international community. His gentle voice was like the sound of a zither that could break through a battle formation. It was low and elegant, but also contained the restrained murderous aura of a scholar. The old regime and the new policy had an internal conflict. In the end, the artillery fire was focused on the armed forces of the northern region. Perhaps this is a feint played by the old regime and the new policy. As a military academy student, Yi Qian knew of the existence of the armed forces of the neighboring countries. They were an important national armed force that was involved in the division of the neighboring countries and was not westernized. They were of great value to China. After listening to him, she said softly, "As long as the armed forces of the northern region exist, it will be difficult for the neighboring governments to achieve full democratization. They will also not be restrained by America and become a pawn to contain our country." That's right. We have now understood the intentions of the neighboring countries. It doesn't matter whether the negotiations are carried out or not. So, Qin Xiu walked down the stairs and looked at Yi Qian. A warm smile like the ripples of spring water appeared on his elegant and handsome face. "Get in the car first. I'll talk to you in detail in the car." The car was right in front of them. Qin Xiu bent down and entered the car first. Then, the three cars on the Chinese side started and sped away from the venue. In the car, Qin Xiu said to Yi Qian with a solemn expression, "They used a mortar to test our country's bottom line and tried to spread the flames of war to our borders to maximize their benefits. This mortar is a direct wake-up call for us. If we don't make a strong statement immediately, more shells will land on our borders and cause casualties to our citizens. Although my departure will bring about certain danger, it will also make the new policy and the alliance wary. The new policy and the old regime were originally fighting for power, but it also invisibly pushed their unspeakable thoughts. So, I've completed half of my mission." This was an explanation to Yi Qian and the others in the car. It was also a form of consolation. What she had expected last night really happened today, so she could face it calmly. What Qin Xiu said now was the height that Yi Qian lacked. His explanation opened a window that had never been opened before for Yi Qian, broadening her vision. Diplomacy is to deal with countries all over the world. A good diplomat not only has to understand the world, but also has to have a certain understanding of the overall situation and have their own unique views. When it came to diplomatic negotiations, he could immediately analyze the other party's intentions and fight for the benefits that his country should get from the overall situation. Confucius said, "A gentleman is slow in speech, but quick in action." It was indeed not suitable for a diplomat. A diplomat indeed needed to think thrice before speaking, but this thrice had to be done quickly. Otherwise, it would be easy for the other party to take control of the situation. Qin Xiu's words were sharp and sharp. Even if the deputy commander of the 2nd Special Zone of the neighboring country came prepared last night, he could easily face him. However, there were too many twists and turns in this matter that Yi Qian couldn't understand with her 2 lives of experience. In her previous life, she was, after all, a person at the bottom of society. Although she had a good memory and outstanding intelligence, she had been oppressed for too long and had never received a proper education. With her limited vision, how could she understand politics and diplomacy? After Qin Xiu's advice, Yi Qian suddenly felt that the depth of the situation was too deep for her to see through. She had never thought that perhaps the new policy and the old regime were working together to eliminate the armed forces of the Northlands. If that was really the case, wouldn't they really be targeting the Chinese side? Chapter 2294. In that case, Qin Xiu said that he had completed half of his mission. Then what was the other half? Next, let's look at the next steps of the old regime, the new regime, and the alliance army. When 2 regimes fight, one side has to be defeated. Yi Qian asked a question, but Qin Xiu didn't end the topic out of courtesy. Instead, he continued to chat with her with a smile. "Now, can you guess which half of my mission is unfinished? Guess the other half of Qin Xiu's mission?" Although it was difficult, Yi Qian still thought about it seriously. After a moment of silence, Yi Qian deliberated and replied, "I don't know if I'm right. You're waiting for the 2 regimes to fight again and pass on the old regime and the new regime to the Northland ethnic armed forces. The 3 sides will each have their own regime and further prevent the neighboring countries from democratizing. When you said, 'I hope that your country can solve its internal problems for the time being and not endanger our borders,' the main point was actually the first half of your sentence." After saying this, Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. "I feel like I'm showing off in front of an expert. I didn't get it right. Please don't take offense. Discussing politics in front of an excellent diplomat, she really lacked confidence. She felt like she was showing off in front of an expert, but Qin Xiu was deeply shocked. He had only asked her to join the conversation out of politeness. Who knew, the girl he had fallen in love with would really answer? It really shocked him. This was the girl Qin Xiu had fallen in love with. She was outstanding enough, confident enough, and capable enough to look down on those delicate girls who only knew how to flirt. Yi Qian, you're very smart. So smart that I'm shocked. Qin Xiu smiled and shook his head. He was very good at hiding his thoughts. He praised, what you said is indeed the other half of my mission. But there's one thing you're wrong about. It's not that we passed on the old regime and the new regime to the Northland Ethnic Armed Forces, but that the Northland Ethnic Armed Forces figured it out themselves. Don't forget, our country is a country that never interferes in the politics of other countries. Now it is, and maybe in the future, it will be, but it's not certain. If the country's strength increased in the future, it might be able to influence a country. With a smile on his face, Qin Xiu thought to himself, once our country reaches the status of being able to control another country, we will be the overlord of the world. He was also looking forward to that day. His answer caused Yi Qian's eyes to gradually darken. Qin Xiu, he wanted to spread the news that he had entered the neighboring kingdom to negotiate, so as to achieve the goal of letting the armed forces of the Northlands guess the conspiracy of the old government and the new government. Qin Xiu was putting himself in danger. If he released the news now, he would have a slim chance of survival. For the country, he had disregarded his own life and death and did everything to protect the dignity and interests of the country. Such a diplomat made the two special forces soldiers in the car respect him. V8, on the other hand, looked deeply at the diplomat who was also fighting for his country through the rearview mirror and said in a low voice, Ambassador, Yi Jian and I are here to ensure your safety. Please rest assured that we will return to our country safely. I always thought that we would return to our country safely. Qin Xiu smiled. This diplomatic negotiation process was not very pleasant. However, with these special forces soldiers protecting him by his side, his mood would always recover quickly. Qin Xiu's phone kept vibrating. When he saw the number, he knew it was from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He did not answer the call. V8 and Yi Qian consciously shifted their attention away to give Qin Xiu some personal space. Only the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would call at this time. Chapter 2295. Qin Xiu pressed the answer button. As soon as the phone was pressed to his ear, the familiar voice of the Minister of Foreign Affairs came through. Qin Xiu, you have completed the important task given to you by the country. The country's top leader personally called the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and told me that you have returned to China. Knowing that the negotiation had failed, the Minister of Foreign Affairs did not wait for the voice on the phone to come through. After the call was connected, he said seriously, we are all waiting for you to come back. This was the most serious concern, telling Qin Xiu that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs knew about his great feat and was waiting for him to come back. The familiar voice was filled with trust, concern, and hope for him. Qin Xiu slowly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly, making his elegant and handsome face look exceptionally noble. This was the reason why he was so strong and had strong backing. His motherland sent him out and was waiting for him to come back. Qin Xiu smiled faintly and said calmly, you still owe me a meal. You have to fulfill your promise when I come back. Of course. You can choose whatever you want to eat from the 4 famous cuisines of our country. The leader of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs laughed heartily. Qin Xiu was the youngest diplomat in their department and also the most promising young man. He was only 27 years old now, but he was already able to hold his own. In time, he would definitely leave his name in the history of our country's diplomacy. Next, the Minister of Foreign Affairs reminded Qin Xiu to follow their soldiers closely and remember not to walk around on his own to avoid trouble. The minister knew that Qin Xiu had a bad sense of direction. After ending the domestic communication, Qin Xiu suddenly saw the soldier who was driving the car talking cheerfully to him. Ambassador, the military is still waiting for our triumphant return. We should go back safely and have a drink. V8 did not maintain his cold image anymore. He turned his head and promised Qin Xiu with a smile, "With us here, everything will be fine." With an outstanding soldier and an outstanding diplomat, Yi Qian confirmed that everything would be fine. With an ambassador as capable as you accompanying us, there will definitely be no problems. Qin Xiu looked sideways at her voice, which was as clear as spring water. Her smiling face was like a blooming flower. The color of the flower was simple and elegant, and the stamen was so beautiful that it took him a lot of effort to look away. He chuckled softly, and his unreadable eyes were filled with a smile that could not be concealed. He half-jokingly and half-seriously said, "With you by my side, I really feel quite safe." The girl in front of him was like a blooming flower, bright and beautiful. It was hard to imagine that such a girl would use her life to protect him. He himself had never thought about it. The laughter seemed to have blown away the tense atmosphere in the car. K7, who was driving, was still expressionless. He didn't say a word, but the light in his eyes was enough to show that he was smiling. However, his smile was so subtle that no one noticed it. Qin Xiu had spent a lot of energy on this negotiation. His mind still hadn't calmed down, so he didn't say anything more. He clenched his fist with one hand, curled his index finger slightly, and pressed his forehead bit by bit. When he did this, it meant that he was deep in thought, and it was inconvenient to interrupt him. Yi Qian had learned about Qin Xiu's little tricks from the confidential staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Seeing this, she understood and reminded K7 and V8 softly, "Take a break for now." The two special forces soldiers sitting in the front nodded. Yi Qian began to think about every word Qin Xiu had just said. As a soldier, not only did she know how to fight, but she also had to know a certain level of politics. If she was only a soldier who knew how to kill in the future, she would be a reckless person. Chapter 2296. Yi Qian had a strong sense of self-reflection and knew how to act. It was very quiet in the car, but her brain was still deep in thought. She had never been in contact with politics before Qin Xiu's advice, so she wouldn't have thought so far ahead. When it came to understanding politics between countries, she was very aware that she had a serious deficiency. She had an outstanding diplomat by her side who gave her serious advice. Even if it was just a short exchange, she still benefited a lot. No one was born to be a politician. With Qin Xiu's advice, Yi Qian, who had always been smart, thought deeply about it. Soon, she gradually got to the edge and had a deeper understanding. Qin Xiu's forceful restriction on the time was equivalent to emphasizing that the agreed time couldn't be changed. If the other party didn't arrive on time, it would be considered a breach of their promise. Furthermore, Qin Xiu arrived early. This was a courtesy to the other party, telling them that they were sincere about the negotiations. By the time the other party broke their promise, Qin Xiu had enough reason to leave. This not only expressed China's sincerity, but also showed the neighboring countries China's strength. After leaving, China's borders were immediately engaged in military exercises. This made the neighboring countries realize that China's aggressive defensive attitude wasn't something they could easily test. This had a certain deterrent effect and protected the country's dignity. Now, Qin Xiu intended to let the Northlands know that she had arrived at the neighboring countries for negotiations. This way, even if the negotiations didn't take place, it wouldn't have any impact on China. Yi Qian, who finally understood, glanced at Qin Xiu out of the corner of her eye. She gave the other party a big thumbs up in her heart. Really amazing. Captain Xia and her brother were the best people she had ever seen. Now, Qin Xiu was added to the list. Yi Qian admired people who were willing to sacrifice for their country. At this time, Qin Xiu had established a very high image in her heart. This showed her the power of an outstanding diplomat. Yi Qian, who finally understood, quietly looked at Qin Xiu, who was still in his original position. She praised in her heart. Really amazing. The Chinese car drove for less than a kilometer. After hearing the latest report from the military group, the ambassador immediately contacted the new policy leader. Before he could speak, the new policy leader said angrily, invite the Chinese ambassador to my office immediately. I will talk to him personally. Under normal circumstances, the country's leaders would not easily meet an ambassador unless they had made an appointment beforehand. The New Deal ambassador was in a difficult position. Please. Where should I go to invite him? They had already left. By the time he finished speaking, the Chinese ambassador had already left. The leader of the new policy was so angry that he slapped the table. Send someone to invite him back immediately. No matter what method you use, you must invite him to my office. Yes. The New Deal ambassador also realized the seriousness of the problem. China had never conducted such a large-scale military exercise on the border between the two countries. They were also skeptical and wary of the news they had received previously. However, when they thought of China's usual style of handling matters, they still subconsciously believed that China was just bluffing. But now, it was wrong, all wrong. Is the person Raleigh sent not here yet? Very good, I am now on the phone with Raleigh. Later, tell the person he sent and tell him how serious the consequences of China's anger are. In addition, General Wu Wainus said that the plan will not change. The leader of the new policy leader hung up the phone angrily and immediately picked up the receiver. He needed to talk to this lunatic Raleigh. Chapter 2297. The leadership of the new government was shocked by the maneuver launched by the Chinese side. The negotiator from the old government arrived late at the venue and found it quite unbelievable that the Chinese ambassador had not been seen. Left? Did he really leave? Are you joking with me? Did the Chinese ambassador really leave? How is that possible? Didn't I say that I would definitely arrive? Why did he leave? The negotiator from the old government stared and expressed his confusion in a completely incomprehensible tone. The negotiator sent by the new government thought of the possible trouble that might arise in the future. His face grew darker and darker, and his tone was not polite at all. Because your negligence disappointed the Chinese ambassador, he can totally leave. After all, the agreed time is 7:00. And you are a full 20 minutes late. The attitude of the negotiator from the new government made the negotiator from the old government instantly pull a long face. I am telling you very seriously that there is an urgent matter that needs to be dealt with and will arrive at 7:20. If we were negligent, we would not have called to explain. His face was ashen as if he had been offended. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. A few years ago, the Chinese ambassador negotiated with our diplomatic personnel. He waited for nearly an hour and did not leave. When he went to the Western countries, he gave in step by step. We have already called to apologize and explain seriously. You want to tell me that the Chinese ambassador left disappointed just because I was 20 minutes late? Do you think I will believe that? Would a country that had regressed diplomatically leave because of a negotiation that could solve all problems with a nod of the head? His words were full of contempt for the Chinese side, and there was an inexplicable arrogance in them. He was also full of contempt for the negotiator from the new government. Such a contemptuous attitude made the negotiator from the new government furious. You mean that we deliberately let the Chinese ambassador leave and deliberately let the Chinese side have a prejudice against you? Even we don't believe your explanation. Do you think the Chinese ambassador will believe it? Last night, the Chinese ambassador clearly told the deputy commander of the 2nd Special Zone that he would only wait until 7:00. If the negotiator from either side did not appear at 7:00, he would leave immediately. Just now, the new government contacted Commander Ruilala and asked Commander Ruilala if you remembered the wrong time for your late arrival. The two sides were already at odds with each other. Now that Qin Xiu was not present, the last fig leaf was directly removed, leaving only the tit for tat. The negotiators of the new policy received instructions from above. Their words were sharp, and they mercilessly criticized the old regime. A negotiation that was supposed to win and could make the Chinese side temporarily give in has failed because of your broken promise. Please go back and tell Commander Ruirala that this war will not end for the time being. We have no way to reach a common agreement. The negotiator from the National Alliance calmly looked at the conflict between the new and old governments. When both sides stopped, he said coldly, "You two should go back as soon as possible. Once the Northland armed forces counterattack, it will not be a matter that can be solved by a war of words. Once the Northlands learn about this, do you think you will still have time to blame each other? Is there any meaning to your quarrel? The negotiator of the old regime stood up. With a hint of haze in his eyes, he snorted softly and left quickly. The Chinese ambassador had actually left. Since that was the case, then don't blame them for being impolite. The negotiator from the old regime quickly contacted Commander Rualila and reported the situation. Chapter 2298. Just now, Clichin informed me that the Chinese ambassador has left. Very well. Since you think we were rude first, then please invite the ambassador over to our place. An imposing and cold voice came from the other end of the phone. I've already sent people to keep an eye on the Chinese ambassador. When he leaves the New Deal's sphere of influence, I'll send troops to invite the Chinese ambassador over for a chat. This meant that they wanted to detain Qin Shou. Commander Raleigh of the old government was an extremist. He was a hegemonic figure who would rather betray the world than betray him. He wanted to detain Qin Shou, but he did not know that Qin Shou, Yi Qian, and J5 had already taken precautions against Lingguo after the deputy commander of the 2nd Special Zone left. After getting into the car, V8 drove directly to the city center. The roads in the city center were complicated and there was a lot of traffic. Lingguo was also a big motorcycle country, so there were many motorcycles on the streets. Although the old government started a gunfight, it did not affect the city. It was still very crowded and lively. When the car drove onto a flat road, they realized that there were cars following closely behind them. Pay attention to the back. There are 4 cars following closely. 3rd intersection down. Split up. Roger. Roger. V8 saw a black car following closely behind them from the rearview mirror. He said to Yi Qian, pay attention to the left and right. Qin Shou, who was sitting on the side of the seat, leaned slightly to look at the situation behind the car through the rearview mirror. His eyes darkened. Can you see how many groups of people are following us? Only one for now, V8 answered. He frowned slightly and asked J5, is there a group of people following you? The ambassador suspects that there may be several groups of people following us. Qin Shou said in a low voice, tell them that Raleigh of the old government is a person who likes to kill and has a crazy personality. Once the new government, the alliance, and the armed forces of the Northlands attack him at the same time, he may do something even crazier. Now, it was up to the armed forces of the Northlands to figure out the conspiracy between the old and new governments. Once the armed forces of the Northlands retaliated, the new government would definitely take advantage of the situation and turn around to take advantage of the opportunity to wipe out the old government led by Rualila. In this way, Rualila might as well go all out and wipe out the Chinese ambassador at the same time. Even before he died, he would make it difficult for the neighboring countries to explain to the Chinese and the international community. Qin Shou had already planned for the worst-case scenario. He had told the Ministry of Foreign Affairs everything last night after Yi Qian left. If things really came to this, he hoped that he would sacrifice himself and not implicate Yi Qian and the Special Forces soldiers who served the country. The minister was silent for a long time. Finally, he said in a heavy tone, we are all waiting for you to come back. How dangerous was it? There might be endless danger here. Rualila's troops were all fierce soldiers, and there were also some residents in the mountains who supported him. Therefore, even if he was forced to step down by the New Deal military group, the troops in his hands did not decrease by much. For example, in the previous rebellion, he only sent out a regiment of troops. The loss of a regiment of troops did not affect Rualila at all. It was like a small demon causing trouble, it did not affect him at all. The only impact was the military support of the national power. J5 and the Snowfield Brigade member codenamed Snow Eagle, who was driving the other car, both answered V8 at the same time. Please tell the ambassador that no matter how many groups of people they send out, we will leave safely. They would return to their country the same way they came. Not one less. Chapter 2299. Qin Shou discreetly glanced at the rearview mirror in the middle of the car and saw the unfamiliar cars behind them that were not afraid of being discovered. He smiled and nodded. Yes, we will all leave safely. K7, who was driving the car, had a sinister look in his eyes. He said coldly, there are two groups of people, be careful. I'm going to take a detour now, follow closely. Taking a detour meant that he was going to race. The driver of the K7 stepped on the accelerator and started the engine. Boom. 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 The car left the crowd on the main street like an arrow and turned into a side road. V8 stepped on the accelerator at the same time and chased after them at the same speed. Snow Eagle, who was proficient in the local language of the neighboring country, did a wide drift and swept the rear of the car, scaring the arrogant cars that were following them and causing them to rush towards the green belt on the side of the street. The driver in the car was too shocked and sat in the car for a long time without coming back to his senses. His companions in the other cars asked him hurriedly through the walkie-talkie. When he came back to his senses, the driver still had a dazed look in his eyes as he replied, I'm fine. The other cars did not have time to stop and check. They stepped on the accelerator and chased after them. The members of the Snowfield Brigade were all very good at driving. Although the car was driving very fast, it was very stable. Qin Xiu laughed and said, I feel like I'm sitting in a cradle, I'm sleepy now. If he could say something like that, it meant that he trusted V8 and Yi Qian very much. He was indeed tired. When Yi Qian and the others went to rest in the wee hours of the morning, he had been talking to the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who was also his mentor, without any rest. In the morning, he had been arguing with the two ambassadors from the neighboring country. As he swayed, he really did feel sleepy. He did not mean to say that he wanted to sleep. Yi Qian saw this and laughed, it's still daytime now, you should rest well. Otherwise, you won't have the energy to sleep at night. This was because they would use the night to meet up with G3 and the others who had completed the assassination mission and then fly back to China. Although Qin Xiu was young, he had also experienced a lot of bloodshed. Hearing this, he nodded. Okay, I'll sleep for a while. After saying that, he closed his eyes and began to rest for a short while. V8 at the front wanted to whistle. This ambassador, there was nothing to say. He was very much to his liking. Soon, J5 and Snow Eagle were able to shake off the two waves of vehicles. V8 and K7 were the first to shake off their pursuers and enter the road leading to the other side of the city. Unlike China, which had sky eyes installed in every corner of the city, V8 and K7, who were familiar with the city, avoided the surveillance cameras on the main road and maintained contact with the vehicles behind them, telling their comrades where to go. They needed to reach a safe place on the other side of the city. The sirens of police cars could be heard from the main road, reminding Yi Qian and the others that the government of Lingguo had already notified the police to look for them. It was also indirectly telling everyone that the group of people who had just chased after them were from the new government. Only the new government could adjust the police and lock down the entire city. The lockdown of the entire city didn't affect Yi Qian and the others much. According to the original plan, they didn't leave the city during the day. The Snowfield Brigade, who were used to fighting at night, preferred to operate at night. Moreover, there was still no news from G3, so Yi Qian and the others weren't in a hurry to leave. As long as they left the venue and the territory controlled by the new government's army, they had enough power to deal with Lingguo without being discovered. The entire city has been locked down. We'll reach the safe place in about 1.5 hours. Roger, Roger. There are police cars heading out. Be careful, brothers. Chapter 2300. The three cars were separated by a certain distance, but they maintained contact with each other at all times. The driving cars were like fish swimming at the bottom of the sea, easily avoiding the pursuit along the way. Qin Xiu, who had entered a half-asleep state, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Yi Qian in front of him. Why don't you rest first? I can still endure it for a while. The route back to China was arranged by the military, and Qin Xiu didn't ask. Now that they said she could rest, he thought about how Yi Qian didn't have much rest either, so he wanted her to sleep first. Because when night came, it was even more impossible for her to rest. Yi Qian, who was still in good spirits, was about to shake her head when the driver, V8, said, "Yi Qian, you can rest first too. We might need to take turns driving from now on, so you need to maintain enough energy." Yi Qian didn't have much rest last night, but she did take a nap in the car during the journey from China's border to Lin Nation. V8 was the one who didn't have a good rest. She wasn't the only one who needed to conserve energy. V8 did the same. She didn't feel sleepy at all, because she was all excited by Qin Xiu's brilliant negotiations. She asked V8, "I'm not sleepy now. Why don't you rest and I'll drive?" Qin Xiu smiled and reminded her, "You need to be good at driving. Can you handle it?" He had never seen Yi Qian drive before, so he had some doubts about it. The road conditions in Lin Nation are not as good as in China. "I'm sure everyone knows about my return trip. Although it's misleading, the armed forces of Lin Nation shouldn't be underestimated. Since they have their eyes on me, they won't give up and will track me to the end. Yi Qian, our journey back to China won't be smooth sailing. Also, are you familiar with the road conditions?" He was worried that Yi Qian wouldn't be able to handle the driver's duties if something happened because she wasn't familiar with the road conditions. He couldn't be blamed for being worried. The situation was grim, and it was better to be cautious. Not being familiar with the road conditions was indeed a problem. Yi Qian laughed. She was so focused on letting V8 rest that she forgot that she wasn't familiar with the road conditions. Now that they were not on the main road, even if she wanted to take care of the V8, there was nothing she could do. V8 really wanted to see Yi Qian's driving skills. He had worked with her many times, but he had never seen it before. According to Q King, he was also a master and his standard was quite high. It was obvious that he had trained hard. There was a training ground in the southern province that specialized in sending motorized soldiers to Zhongnanhai. They had everything from motorcycles to trucks. Because these motorized soldiers were driving for national leaders and foreign guests, the training was quite harsh. Not many people could endure it. If Qing Miao walked out of this training ground, then her driving skills were not ordinary. As for the fact that he wasn't familiar with the road conditions, it wasn't difficult and could be easily solved. He wanted to meet Yi Qian's V8. He steered the V8 steadily with one hand and maintained the same speed. He agreed to Yi Qian's suggestion. "You can drive even if you're not familiar with the roads. We're taking the city's auxiliary roads now. Come over here first, I'll draw a driving route for you." It wasn't difficult for V8 to not be familiar with the road conditions. He just had to draw a road map. With Yi Qian's ability, he could understand it. Qin Xiu drew a driving route the moment he heard him. His gaze shifted slightly. He believed Yi Qian based on this Special Forces soldier's tone and demeanor. Could he assume that this Special Forces soldier was actually acquainted with Yi Qian? Qin Xiu didn't ask. Instead, he stared at Yi Qian, who had a light smile on her face as she answered the Special Forces soldier. A confident girl was indeed very charming. Just like her at this moment, her eyes were sparkling. It was as if there was a ball of fire in her eyes. If he stared at her for a little longer, he felt like he would be burned to ashes by that ball of fire. Chapter 2301. "Okay, I'll come over now. When you're done, you can rest at ease like the ambassador. I promise you won't get lost." Yi Qian was still worried that Qin Xiu would be worried about him, so he specifically said to him, "Since I dared to take over driving, I definitely have my own confidence. You can rest at ease." He was confident enough, calm enough, and the expression in his eyes was enough to attract attention. Qin Xiu's smile deepened, and the color in his dark eyes deepened. He said with interest, "When I heard you say you were going to drive, I was so sleepy that I flew away. Now, I want to see how good your driving skills are." If he wanted to get closer to her, he needed to understand her better. Since he had the chance now, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Qin Xiu and Xia Jinyuan were undoubtedly the same type of people. They were both very quiet and powerful people who knew everything in the palm of their hands. They didn't make a move easily and liked to plan before making a move. They would slowly encroach on the opponent's territory until the opponent had nowhere else to retreat to. Only then would they appear and take down the opponent in one fell swoop. Although Yi Qian had lived 2 lives, he was still a little inexperienced in front of the 2 of them. He had a pair of eyes that could see through people's hearts, but he couldn't instantly see what Qin Shou, who could chat and laugh with other countries on diplomatic occasions and fight for the interests of the country, was thinking. She couldn't see through him in time, and Qin Shou, an excellent diplomat, couldn't let her see through him either. The V8 and Yi Qian didn't even need to stop the car when they swapped positions. The car was still moving, so the 2 of them quickly and smoothly completed the swap. It wasn't rare for a SWAT member to swap positions to protect himself, but Yi Qian was only a military school student. For him to be in such a position and be able to work so well with the SWAT member, this surprised Qin Shou. There wasn't the slightest bit of unfamiliarity. One look, one movement, and he knew what the other was thinking. Qin Shou was even more certain that the SWAT member and Yi Qian actually knew each other, but for some reason, they couldn't publicly know each other. Yi Qian was just a military school student, but he actually knew a special forces soldier. Qin Shou raised his eyebrows slightly. His interest in Yi Qian did not diminish. We'll let Yi Qian drive now. Brothers, stay close to her. She looks like a pro too. The V8 who was sitting at the back did not forget to inform his brothers in the other 2 cars. J5 raised his eyebrows. Is that so? Then I really want to see it for myself. There was no doubt, only trust. This was Shui Ying's first time working with Yi Qian, and they had only exchanged glances with each other this time. When he heard that it was Yi Qian's turn to drive, his interest was piqued. I'd like to see it too. They all believed him and did not question him at all. They did not even ask him if he was familiar with the roads. Qin Shou was already certain that Yi Qian was a special forces soldier and came from the same unit as these special forces soldiers. A military school student entering the special forces in advance? It was definitely a special case. Qin Shou narrowed his eyes slightly when he thought about the first time he met Yi Qian. It was at a Chinese hotel in Pakistan. The leader had summoned Yi Qian and had a cordial conversation with her. At that time, the leader was accompanied by SWAT members. Facing the leader and a group of murderous special forces soldiers, Yi Qian was not afraid at all. She faced them calmly. At that time, Qin Shou couldn't help but notice her from the side. Now that he thought about it, as a high school student, Yi Qian must be extraordinary to be able to accompany the leader on an overseas visit. Furthermore, based on the company this time and the calmness she showed last night, he was afraid that the Yi Qian he saw was not the real Yi Qian. Chapter 2302. No, it couldn't be said that it wasn't the real Yi Qian. It should be said that the Yi Qian he saw was only the Yi Qian that people could see on the surface. It seemed that it wasn't easy for him to pursue Yi Qian. Without understanding her, he couldn't cater to her tastes and communicate with her according to her ideas. After returning to China, he couldn't see her every year or so. If he had the time, he should visit the National University of Science and Technology. Only by meeting and communicating could he understand her and get closer to her. Yi Qian didn't know that Qin Shou was trying to figure her out. He gripped the steering wheel smoothly and drove forward at the same speed as the V8. About 10 minutes later, the V8 had drawn out the rest of the driving route and marked out the number of meters they would need to turn onto which road. With a detailed road map, it was easy to remember and understand the distance they needed to take another road. Yi Qian memorized it in a few glances and sped up. J5 and Snow Eagle who were chasing behind saw this and couldn't help but widen their eyes. Damn, that's fast. At this time, with the Chinese side conducting a drill at the border, all the armed forces in Lin Kingdom knew that the Chinese ambassador had arrived overnight to negotiate with the People's Government, the old government, and the National Alliance. Due to the old government's arrogant attitude, they didn't arrive on time. The Chinese ambassador who arrived 10 minutes early to show his sincerity was greatly disappointed and left without waiting for the old government's negotiator. When the armed forces in the north of Lin Kingdom found out about this, the higher-ups were furious. When the old government was fighting with the new government, artillery fire spread to the north and a mortar was fired into China's territory. When the Chinese ambassador arrived overnight to negotiate, the old government deliberately broke their promise and caused the negotiation to fail. It was obvious that the old government had no sincerity in negotiating. Behind their lack of sincerity was that they didn't want to solve the actual problem and let the artillery fire continue to spread to the north. The war between the old and the new government was between the two governments. But what did it mean when they fired into China's territory and didn't want to negotiate? It meant that they had made up their minds to start a conflict in the north and deliberately let the artillery fire into China's territory. What was their reason for doing this? They wanted China to remain silent. So silent that they didn't stand up even when the old government and the new government's artillery fire occupied the north and accidentally entered China's territory. This was their shameless and self-righteous scheme. In the end, the Chinese side displayed an unprecedented display of strength and directly sent their troops to the border for an exercise. Furthermore, the border was less than 30 kilometers away from the Northland's armed forces. Once the artillery fire of the new and old governments landed on China's territory again, and if it accidentally landed on the Northlands during China's military exercise, the senior leaders of the Northland's armed forces in the emergency meeting had solemn expressions. The upper echelons of the Northland armed forces had a heated discussion about the Chinese military exercise. Obviously, the reason why the Chinese suddenly started the exercise is to remind us to be careful of the conspiracy of the old and new governments. The old regime is trying to provoke a firefight between our armed forces and the Chinese. Once the two sides exchange fire, the new and old governments in the northern lands will take advantage of the situation and attack the northern lands. Both the new and old governments have a common goal, which is to realize the full democratization of our country. Judging from the current situation, it is very likely that the new and old governments have reached an agreement that is unfavorable to the Northlands. They want to divide the Northlands. Chapter 2303. They must not be allowed to do this. The military group fears the American hegemonism and wants to achieve democratization through hegemony. They want to divide and eliminate all of our armed forces. This is a conspiracy against the people of the North. We cannot remain silent. The upper echelons of the armed forces of the North gathered together and started a new round of intense discussion about the war between the old and new governments. Soon, they came to a conclusion: the old and new governments had reached a conspiracy agreement against the North. The Chinese maneuver was a reminder to the North. With a clear result, the armed forces of the North naturally could not sit still and wait for death. While secretly deploying, they told the old government, new government, and allied forces that they already knew about the conspiracy of the three parties. What? How did they know? Who leaked the news? Who? The leader of the new government jumped up from his office chair. His expression was very bad, so gloomy that the official who reported the news lowered his head. Investigate this thoroughly. Who is the one who leaked the information? You must find this person and sentence him to death. Only a few people knew that the Chinese ambassador was coming. How did everyone know about it now? The official did not dare to look directly at the leader. He lowered his head and replied, "I'm afraid that even the armed forces of the North already know that the Chinese ambassador has arrived in our country. We are a little passive now." It was not a little passive, but rather quite passive. It was equivalent to letting the armed forces of the North know that the armed forces of the North could no longer stand by and do nothing. They would definitely deploy and resist. Ruilala. Ruilala. Damn it. The leader of the new government slammed his hand on the desk and gritted his teeth. Pass down the order. Wipe out the old government and capture Ruilala alive. Don't let a single one of them go. Also, how is the situation with the Chinese ambassador? It has been an hour. Why is he not here yet? The Chinese ambassador. The official lowered his head even more. The vehicles we sent out have all been abandoned. We are now looking for them through the city surveillance. We will report to you immediately if there is any news. The leader of the new government, who was already in a mess, gritted his teeth and said sinisterly, "No matter what, don't let him leave our country. Don't let him fall into the hands of that lunatic Ruilala." The military group had finally obtained the support of a Western country and had the opportunity to democratize the country. In the end, the old government Ruilala was full of himself and caused the situation today to be passive. The official replied, yes. He immediately contacted the commander-in-chief of the New Deal military group and asked him to come to the leader's office to discuss the next step. At this time, the government had already forgotten what they had said about the Chinese side at the time. They had completely forgotten that they had also thought that the Chinese side would endure and give in like before, turning big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing. In the end, the Chinese side acted out of character and didn't give them any chance to negotiate at all. They showed an unprecedented strength, which instantly made the neighboring countries panic. At this moment, they could only immediately adjust their strategy and stop testing China's bottom line to avoid being attacked from the front and back, causing the collapse of the new policy and allowing the old regime to regain control of state affairs. The new government quickly called for an emergency meeting. Commander Ruilala of the old government was also furious, and a broken wooden chair fell apart. The dark-skinned and average-sized Commander Ruilala stared at the generals below him like an eagle. His gaze swept across them one by one, like a sharp knife at the back of everyone's neck. As his anger grew, the knife would rise and fall at any time, causing everyone to feel afraid. Chapter 2304. The Chinese ambassador only had a few people with him, and you let him escape. Useless. All useless. Commander Risla thought about how the armed forces of the various nations, as well as the armed forces of the Northland that he wanted, all knew that the Chinese ambassador had entered the country. Commander Risla, who had always been oppressed by the new government, was so angry that he unholstered his gun. He slammed the gun on the table. The Chinese ambassador must not fall into the hands of the new government and the armed forces of the Northland. We must find him first. After we find him, what if he doesn't cooperate? It's not up to him whether he cooperates or not. Commander Risla was in a state of madness. He had been oppressed by the new government for too long. If he did not fight back, he might be killed by the new government. So, he had to find the Chinese ambassador first. Not cooperating? He would make him cooperate obediently. When the people below heard this, they looked at each other. Looking at the gloomy Commander Risla and the gun on the table, someone wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed the words in his mouth. It's not up to the Chinese ambassador whether he cooperates or not. Do you dare to kill the Chinese ambassador? He did not dare to say it out loud. He was afraid that if he said it, Commander Risla would have such a crazy idea. No matter how benevolent and righteous China was and how they usually gave in for international peace, if they killed the ambassador they sent over, China would definitely fight back. Even the international community would denounce Commander Risla. At that time, not to mention regaining control of the country, even his life would be in danger. It was unlikely that they would do that. No matter how crazy they were, they would not kill an ambassador. The officer who wanted to remind Commander Risla secretly thought that he was lucky. This subordinate had overestimated Risla. With the armed forces of the Northland as the main force, they directly attacked the new government and the old government at the same time. Risla was like a mad dog that would bite anyone he caught. In his words, no matter who it was, as long as they were targeted by him, he would bite off a piece of meat at any cost. Yi Qian and the others became one of the targets of Risla's crazy revenge. Boom! 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 The sound of car engines came from all directions. The sound came from afar and approached at a speed that would make one's face change color in shock. Just by hearing the sound, Yi Qian knew that these cars did not come with good intentions. As the vehicles converged into an intersection, the J5 found that something was wrong and immediately shouted, "It's another wave of people." In the car, Yi Qian, who was holding the steering wheel, observed the situation in the rearview mirror. There were at least 10 cars surrounding them. "Qin Xiu, I'm sorry, but you can't have a good rest. Let's see if we can take a break after this." Yi Qian, who had stepped on the accelerator to the maximum, said to Qin Xiu, who was sitting in the back, dressed neatly as if he was going to attend a banquet, with a smile, "Everyone wants to see how good your driving skills are. See, the opportunity is here." The atmosphere was tense, but she could still smile and joke around. It was obvious that she had a strong mentality. Qin Xiu, who was also tough, curved her thin lips slightly. Her smile was like water and mist, as indifferent as a mirror. Even if she heard the rumbling sound of the car being chased nearby, she was not surprised at all. He said, "I look forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing the other side of you. I like knowing more about you." The V8 also responded in the same way. According to the route, the next intersection was a right turn. Yi Qian, who was holding the steering wheel, smiled brighter than the sun because of Qin Xiu's words. "How can I let you down?" Chapter 2305. In the first big drift, the car made a sharp right turn, and the two people in the car leaned to the right. When they turned to the right, they swung back to the left. It was as if the two of them had lost their balance. Even though they had their seatbelts on, they were still swung so hard that their shoulders slammed into the car door. Before the V8 even sat up, he gave Yi Qian a thumbs up. That drift was beautiful, perfect. Without slowing down, a 90-degree turn, without slowing down the brakes, and with the accelerator pressed hard to complete the entire maneuver. That was not something that could be done just by being careful and daring. It required superb skill. Yi Qian had practiced this type of 90-degree turn countless times at the Southern Province Automobile Troop Training Base. Not only were there 90-degree turns, but there were also 180-degree turns. She had practiced all of them, and her results were amazing. That kind of training was when she practiced with her own people. Now, she was fighting with the enemy. It was a completely different feeling. There was no sense of danger in the former, but in the latter, she had to fight to the death. When they turned to the right, there were 3 cars in front of the intersection. The car in front of the intersection was the first to notice the Chinese car rushing over. It immediately called for the other 2 cars to drive over. The cars on the left and right of the intersection turned out to be patrols. After receiving the call, they turned one after the other, stepped on the accelerator, and sped over at the speed of an arrow. Yi Qian. Charge forward. I'll bring up the rear. Shuang, lure the cars on the left. The J5 in the middle shouted. Charge out of the intersection. I'll break through on the west side. These cars came with the intention of perishing together. They attacked from the front, back, left, and right in an attempt to get rid of Yi Qian and her car in one fell swoop. Yi Qian replied calmly, "I'll be in front. Attack from the left and right. Take care of the left and right sides, then break through on the west side." The west side was the right side of the intersection. "Okay. I'll follow up and provide support." Shuang, clear the cars behind. The J5 saw that Yi Qian's voice did not change at all. She maintained her stability. He did not need to look to know that her skills were quite good. The beautiful 90-degree turn just now could be seen clearly. The first 2 waves of cars that the V8 team had shaken off could only be considered blocking and forcing them to stop. However, the dozen or so cars that appeared now were all recklessly rampaging around. It was obvious that these people were here to get rid of Qin Xiu. Knowing that the Chinese ambassador was sitting in the car, he still dared to be so arrogant. Qin Xiu knew that he was sent by the former government. Boom. 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 The cars coming from 3 different directions at the intersection were getting closer and closer. Yi Qian, who had his V8 gun ready, gently pressed the automatic window control button. As the cars coming closer and closer, Yi Qian controlled the steering wheel with one hand and shouted in a low voice, "Fire." Bang. Bang. 2 gunshots rang out at the same time. The wheels of the 2 cars coming from the left and right exploded. The loud sound of the tires exploding was louder than the sound of the bullets. The 2 cars that were moving at high speed became unmanned. They were completely out of control. The cars crashed and the people died as they moved in an S shape to the side of the road. The people in the car were obviously not as skilled as the members of the Shuayu team. The car sped out uncontrollably, and the pupils of the 2 men behind the wheel constricted violently, revealing a look of despair. They knew what mission they were on, but they did not think that they would die. Because they thought that the person who died must be the Chinese ambassador. Chapter 23:06. Whoosh! Yi Qian retracted his pistol and turned the steering wheel nimbly and quickly, avoiding the two uncontrollable cars in an S shape. The rubber on the wheels flew off in an instant, and the exposed hubs screeched as they rubbed against the ground, creating countless sparks. When the three cars passed by, Yi Qian could almost see the despair in the driver's eyes. Despair? Heh, not only should I make you feel despair, should make you feel fear. Beautiful. V8 said excitedly, beautifully done, Yi Qian. Too beautiful. Not only could she control the steering wheel at such high speeds, she could also shoot accurately. Too beautiful. Almost perfect. Qin Xiu, whose eyes flashed with a strange light, exhaled softly. Yi Jian, who was in the middle of a battle, exuded a charm that deeply amazed him, and her superb driving skills made him feel even more amazed. Yi Qian, you're just a freshman military school student, but you have the ability to subdue the special forces. Your personal charm is enough to amaze the world. The car in front of them was even easier to deal with. The J5 that came to support them directly fired a bullet at the accelerator. Bang! The explosion was accompanied by a rising fireball. Yi Jian turned the steering wheel, and the wheels made a terrible screeching sound as they turned to the left. Behind the car was a raging fire. It was estimated that the car would be burned to a metal frame in less than 5 minutes, and the people inside would be reduced to ashes. There were more than 10 cars surrounding Yi Qian, and 2 more cars rushed out from the alleys as soon as he broke through. Yi Qian, 4 cars come to surround us. I'll take care of 2, you and V8 blow the tires and take care of the other 2. J5's cold voice came from the communicator. Don't give them a chance to go back alive. V, protect the ambassador. Don't worry, they won't be able to return. V8's lips curved coldly, revealing a wolf-like ferocity. Vroom vroom vroom, I'm going to charge out, sit tight. Yi Qian knew that as long as they could get rid of the 2 vehicles that were crazily surrounding them, they would be able to launch a full assault. Because the 2 vehicles were driving in a straight line, the narrow road made it impossible for the 3 vehicles to converge. Therefore, before the other party could open fire, not only would they have to finish firing, they would also have to think of a way to break out of the encirclement. They planned to open fire. Yi Qian, get out of the way. V8 gritted his teeth and fired continuously with his submachine gun when he saw that the 2 vehicles were acting strangely. There was no need for Yi Qian to shoot again. The car that was shot at by the V8 dodged to the side and crashed into their own car. The 2 cars collided, and the car that was hit was instantly flipped upside down. The 2 cars stuck to each other, and sparks flew everywhere as they headed towards Yi Qian and the others. Sit tight. Hold him properly. Qin Xiu and V8 only heard Yi Qian say 4 words before the car suddenly drove up a small slope on the side of the road. Then, the car didn't drive on 4 wheels, but 2 wheels on each side. Squeak squeak squeak, the chassis of the 2-wheeled car almost brushed past the 2 vehicles that were charging towards them. After charging for tens of meters, Yi Qian turned the steering wheel to the side again, and with a thud, 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 the 2-wheeled car returned to its normal 4-wheel driving mode. After the car was stabilized, V8 and Qin Xiu bounced a few times from the impact. Their expressions were like a string of ellipses. Behind them, Shuang, who had watched the entire process, said in a low voice, "That works too. This isn't an ordinary feat, it's so much better than the male soldiers." Chapter 23:07. In the end, not a single one of the dozen or so cars was left intact. They were either burnt to a crisp, or their headlights were compressed and couldn't start at all. There were also a few cars that were lying on their backs with their drivers covered in blood. No one knew if they were dead or alive. The burning cars were still on fire. When the fuel tanks were about to explode due to the high temperature, the ground trembled with the sound of explosions. Countless bang bang sounds of the fuel tanks exploding came from behind. Shuang, who was the last to leave, looked back through the rearview mirror. It was his first time working with Yi Qian, and he finally understood why J5 said that. Yi Qian, you can't underestimate her just because she's a female soldier. You can't underestimate her just because she's a female soldier. Female soldier Yi Qian, she's even stronger than male soldiers. Anyone who thinks she's just an ordinary female soldier is making a big mistake. J5 wiped the sweat off his forehead. As expected of Qing Miao, she was full of surprises. There were no pursuers behind the cars for the time being. The comrades in the 3 cars reported to each other that they were safe. J5 specifically asked if Qin Xiu was okay. The ambassador had raced before, but he probably hadn't raced like this before. Qing Miao's last move was really not something an ordinary person could do. He had been in the Snowfield Brigade for a few years, and to be honest, he hadn't done this before. Qin Xiu knew what he meant by okay. He pressed his stomach and didn't try to be brave. He smiled and said honestly, my stomach is churning. My brain is extremely stimulated. My brain is secreting dopamine directly. My whole body and mind are experiencing a feast of stimuli. A feast of visual stimuli, a feast of sensory stimuli. They were all excited by Yi Qian's extraordinary driving skills. He hadn't felt excited about anything outside of work for a long time. Today, because of Yi Qian's existence, because of her driving skills, he was so excited that his heart was still beating faster. He had met her and met love. J5 was afraid that Qin Xiu would get hurt. Seeing that he wasn't bleeding and only felt nauseous, he felt much more at ease. Yi Qian really shocked us this time. We didn't expect her driving skills to be so good that she could even do stunts. It's good that the ambassador is fine. With Yi Qian by your side, we feel more at ease. With her by his side, he felt much more at ease. Qin Xiu raised his eyes, and undetectable emotions flashed through his gentle and smiling eyes. He smiled slowly and said, indeed, I not only saw her driving skills, but also her shooting skills. Yi Qian's excellence is beyond my imagination. Her excellence was beyond everyone's imagination. Even V8 and J5, who had worked with Yi Qian several times, thought so. Yi Qian, who was already driving steadily, couldn't help but laugh when she heard their praises. Aren't you afraid that I'll become arrogant if you keep praising me like this? Even if you want to be arrogant, you have to have what it takes. No matter how arrogant you are, no one will think that you're arrogant. Who would dare to look down on you? V8's words were echoed again. Yi Qian simply changed the topic. Ambassador, we disturbed your rest earlier. Now that we've shaken them off, why don't you close your eyes? It'll take about 45 minutes for us to get to the next location. She changed the topic. J5 and the others didn't continue the conversation. As a special forces soldier, they weren't afraid of having too many skills, but they were afraid of not having any skills. They were all concerned about Qin Xiu's health and told him to close his eyes and rest. Qin Xiu saw that Yi Qian's ears were red, and he knew that she was a little embarrassed by the praise. He nodded without much sleepiness. All right, I'll take the time to rest. She could even be shy. How cute. Chapter 2308. K7 didn't join them. According to the plan last night, K7 would support them secretly and wouldn't appear casually. K7, who had already arrived somewhere, looked at the time. It had been more than an hour and 36 minutes since he separated from his comrades. It should be soon. K7, who was hiding in the corner of the city, was thin and expressionless. After looking at the time, his eyes fell on a place a little distance away from him. He seemed to have thought of something. His face, which was always expressionless, dimmed a little. Not long ago, he passed by the location of the black smoke. His eyes flashed with worry. He sat quietly in the car, his eyes locked on the location of the black smoke. He was still patiently waiting for his comrades to arrive. The thick black smoke didn't disperse for a while. The huge commotion scared the nearby residents. They hid in their homes and shivered. There were gunshots, explosions. These were the sounds they were most afraid of. No one dared to leave their homes. Even if they were scared to the point of hiding in the closet, no one would leave their homes. Home was always safer than the outside. More than a dozen cars surrounded the Chinese ambassador. None of the cars returned. Half of them were even injured. When the news reached the New Deal side, they were naturally very happy. Seeing Ruolila in trouble, they were naturally happy. But the happiness was short-lived. Soon, they felt pity because the Chinese ambassador got away safely and didn't steal anything from Ruolila. Although the Chinese only sent an ambassador and a few escorts, more than a dozen cars couldn't stop the Chinese ambassador. Their strength is terrifying. That's right. We always thought that the Chinese ambassador was young and easy to communicate with. But in the end, the Chinese ambassador was even more powerful than our diplomats. And the group of staff protecting the Chinese ambassador is even more frightening. From the beginning, we shouldn't have underestimated the Chinese. Now that the Chinese suddenly showed a strong attitude, we can see the growth of their national power and military power. Because of the growth of their national power and military power, they have today's dominance over us. A backward country gradually becoming stronger is not a good thing for our neighboring countries. Our country should also speed up its development. I hope that with the help of the American hegemonic countries, we can democratize our country and become a big country in South Asia. While the New Deal was reflecting on himself, he firmly believed that they must maintain a good relationship with the American hegemonic countries and become a big country in South Asia. Ruolila, on the other hand, was furious. He did not expect that none of the more than 10 vehicles he had sent out had returned. They were even tricked by the Chinese ambassador's vehicles until they were destroyed. A bunch of trash. A bunch of trash. How dare you call me to report the failure of the mission? Far away from the city, Ruolila was so angry that his eyes were red. Continue to send people to find him. If a car doesn't work, send me a motorcycle. If you discover the Chinese ambassador's vehicle, just drive it away. Spear. Shoot. Attack. The crazy Ruolila had the same idea as the New Deal, which was to sow discord between the Chinese side and the neighboring country's New Deal, so that the New Deal would not be able to explain to the Chinese side because of the death of the Chinese ambassador. The subordinate who received the order was stunned for a moment. Shooting directly. Wasn't this completely opposing the Chinese side? Was this appropriate? Are you questioning me? Ruolila, who had already been pushed to the brink of insanity by the new government, the Allied army, and the Northland forces, glared at his subordinate and said in a sinister voice, "Who gave you the courage to question me?" New Policies. Chapter 2309. How dare they question Ruolila's decision? No matter what, their leader, Commander Ruolila, was always right. Because of the existence of people like Ruolila, the war in Lin had never stopped. Although there was a ceasefire agreement with the armed forces of various ethnic groups, Ruolila's rebellion broke the situation and made the ethnic forces who were not satisfied with the new policy move. For the new policy, both the old government and the armed forces of the Northland were forces they wanted to eliminate. When the Northland opened fire on the old government, the new policy's military group immediately opened fire on the old government. At this time, the civil war in Lin had reached its climax. The new government, Clichin, and the old government, Ruolila, were engaged in a fierce gunfight. Qin Xiu, who originally only wanted to help Yi Jian out of trouble, fell asleep in the midst of the gunfight. He didn't care about the progress of what happened outside. He was sleepy because there were special forces soldiers in the car and Yi Jian was beside him. Even if the car bumped a few times, he didn't wake up. After some time, he heard Yi Jian gently nudging him. "Qin Xiu, let's get out of the car and rest first." They had arrived at their destination. They could get out of the car and rest. Qin Xiu opened his eyes. His brain had already walked out of the chaos and he was completely awake. "We've arrived." He had just woken up and his voice was low and slightly lazy. "Not yet. The whole city is locked down and there is no way to leave. We will leave after dark." Yi Qian was the only one in the car. She unbuckled her seatbelt and explained, "The others will leave first. We will leave when they come back." The 3 cars could not be used anymore. After leaving the cars, they would leave on their motorcycles and head to their final destination. Commander Ruilala learned that the Chinese car was abandoned in a remote road in the woods. He, who was attacked by the new policy, the Alliance, and the armed forces of the Northland, began to retaliate like a madman. "The Chinese ambassador's car has been found? Where is he? Where is everyone?" When the civil war began, the leader did not even have time to go home. He, who was always paying attention to the situation, received the latest news and his face lit up with joy. "How is it? Is everything solved?" Ruilala was crazy, completely crazy. He might do something even crazier. He was a madman. There was nothing he did not dare to do. Since he was crazy, he might as well go crazy for once. He would give the Chinese side a warning. "You want to be strong? Let's see who will lower their heads first." However, the new government had underestimated Ruilala's madness. He, who had been hiding in the Northlands all this while, faced the new government and the Northland's armed forces and launched a terrifying counterattack that seemed to want everyone to die with him. The ethnic armed forces that supported him also began to take action. At 4:00 in the afternoon, gunfights broke out in 4 densely populated areas of Lin country. The originally bustling streets were deserted during the day, and all the civilians hid in their homes, not daring to go out. Chaos broke out in the country, the transportation hub was disrupted, and all the ports leading to China were closed. The street was empty, as if it had been ransacked. Half an hour ago, there was no one on the street, not even the beggars dared to stay. For their own safety, they all hid. The civilians of neighboring countries who were affected by the war could only flee to temporarily safe cities and villages. Then, the crazy Ruilala extended the cannons to the point that even the forest had a sound that stopped the clouds and shook the earth. Wherever the war spread, the gunshots did not stop, and the thick smell of gunpowder filled the air. J5, who had abandoned the motorcycles, brought Yi Qian and the others to a motorcycle repair shop in the slums of the city. The shop was not big, but there was a 2-story wooden house at the back. Not many people came out, and J5 brought Yi Qian and the others to the wooden house at the back. Chapter 23:10. J5 was very familiar with the place. The unattended repair shop seemed to have been emptied due to the war, leaving only piles of scrap metal. There were also various scattered parts stained with black engine oil in the corner. Even the air was filled with the oily smell of engine oil, which was worse than the smell of gunpowder. From the outside of the repair shop to the inside, no one else went out except for the few of them. J5 was so familiar with the place that it was as if he owned the shop himself. They passed through a triangular canopy made of raindrops, passed through a small house made of wooden planks, went around a stone wall, and pushed open a self-welded iron door. Finally, they arrived at the second floor of the small wooden house that they could see from the outside. This place and the place they passed through were like 2 different worlds. The outside was dilapidated and messy, but here, an unknown tree with thick branches supported a peaceful green space in the backyard. The front yard was messy, while the backyard was quiet. It was clear that the owner of the repair shop was very particular about life. Climbing up the wooden ladder to the second floor of the small wooden house, J5 pushed open the door to the second room and smiled at Yi Qian. "Yi Qian, you can rest in this room. We will stay next door. It is very safe here. You can take a nap and get some rest." Yi Qian looked into the room. The furnishings were very simple. There was only 1 bed, 2 bedside tables, and a coat rack. However, it was very clean. Even the floor was so bright that it reflected light. "It is so clean. I should take a shower to get rid of the dust." V8 leaned forward and looked into the room. He could not be more satisfied with the temporary place to rest. Yi Qian was about to take off her shoes when she heard him say that. She sneered. "Then I will have to take a shower first. There is a private bathroom inside." J5 said as he pulled V8, who was about to take off his shoes. Yi Qian is going back to her room to rest. Why are you taking off your shoes and following me in? Caught off guard, V8 staggered. He was at a loss. I am resting. Why else would I go in? Shuang had already taken the initiative to open the door next door. He stuck his head out and said to V8, I'm going to take a nap. You guys can continue chatting. K7, who was the last to arrive, was the same as before. As soon as he exited the combat zone, he pushed open the door and walked into the first room. He needed to catch up on his sleep. J5 patted V8's back and said, This is Yi Jian's room. You're a man. What are you trying to do by going in? With his comrade's reminder, V8 immediately realized how stupid he was. She slapped herself hard on the forehead and hurriedly explained to Yi Qian, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought everyone was resting in the same room, so I didn't think too much about it. Sorry. I'm sorry. He really did not think too much about it. Usually when he was on a mission with his comrades, he would not consider who was sleeping in the same room. He had forgotten that even though Yi Qian was his comrade, they were of different genders. Yi Qian saw the embarrassment on his face. Her eyes moved slightly and she vaguely guessed what was going on. She pursed her lips and smiled. I can understand. You forgot that we are of different genders, right? V8 was a little embarrassed after his thoughts were seen through. He smiled awkwardly. Yes. Yes, I really forgot. It was mainly because in the battle just now, Qing Niao's ferocity made it easy for people to forget that she was actually a female soldier. She was more like a male soldier than a male soldier. Chapter 23:11. Qin Xiu, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but cough lightly to hide the smile on his face. It was obvious that Yi Qian had a good relationship with this group of Special Forces soldiers. Only comrades who had fought side by side could have such a harmonious camaraderie. J5 raised his hand to cover his forehead as he felt a headache coming on when his comrade admitted that he really thought of Yi Qian as a male soldier. He said to V8 helplessly, Why are you talking so much nonsense? Rest with the ambassador for now. I'll go down and look for someone. He then said to Yi Qian, Sometimes he's not very bright and sometimes makes stupid mistakes. You have to be more forgiving. If you really can't take it anymore, find a chance to settle old and new grudges together and teach him a lesson. V8 agreed, Of course, of course. Next time if I do anything wrong, don't hold back. Just tell me. He just made a stupid mistake earlier and didn't think too much about it. Qin Xiu, on the other hand, understood V8's behavior earlier. It was just a habitual reaction. It meant that Yi Qian wasn't a female soldier in his heart, but a true comrade who had fought side by side with him. Yi Qian didn't feel offended. Just as Captain Xia said, on the battlefield, it didn't matter if you were a male or female soldier. Gender didn't matter. Soon, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Shuang went back to his room alone for the time being, while V8 accompanied Qin Xiu to the next room to rest. J5 had something to do, so he didn't let his comrade accompany him. He went downstairs alone. Knowing that there was still a fierce battle ahead, they went back to their rooms and took the time to recover their energy to prepare for the upcoming battle. J5 said it was safe enough to sleep here. Yi Qian went into the room and immediately laid down on the bed without taking a shower. Although the repair shop was located in the slums and the outside was dilapidated, the room was clean and tidy. Even the bedding had a faint fragrance of soap. The temperature in the city was pleasant, neither hot nor cold. The temperature in the wooden house was also very comfortable. Yi Qian, lying on the bed, smelled the faint fragrance of soap and fell asleep in less than 3 minutes. Even Qin Xiu, who had taken a nap in the car, fell asleep immediately after taking a shower. In terms of combat ability, he was worlds apart from them. Now that his home ground was over, he had to work hard to not be a burden to the special forces. No matter how he spent the night, he had to keep up with them. Yi Qian and the others arrived safely at their destination. Ruilala, who had nowhere to vent his anger, took out his pistol and fired randomly at the window of his office. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of dozens of bullets rang out. The subordinate who came to report the matter was so scared that his face turned pale and his legs trembled. When the guards outside heard the gunshots coming from the commander's office, they broke through the door almost at the same time and aimed their guns at the subordinate. There were less than 10 people in the Chinese cars. What about you? Even if you didn't send 100 people, at least 50. The cars were destroyed and the people were gone. In the end, you don't even know where the Chinese ambassador is now. I sent you out to solve the problem, not to create more problems for me. I'll give you one more chance. If you don't find the Chinese ambassador tonight, you can kill yourself. Ruilala smashed the empty pistol directly into the office. He smashed it so hard that the pistol bounced up and fell to the ground. The black hole happened to be right in the forehead of the subordinate, who was so scared that he lowered his head and didn't dare to make a sound. The subordinate, whose back was covered with layers of cold sweat, didn't say anything. He turned around and his knees went weak and he almost fell. Chapter 23:12. The guards who rushed in also hurriedly retreated. No one dared to make their commander angry at this time. Klitschin, the leader of the New Deal, frowned when he finally received news of the Chinese ambassador. It's one thing for the 10 cars Ruilala sent out to surround the Chinese ambassador, but now even the people we sent out don't know where the Chinese ambassador went. So many people surrounded the Chinese ambassador, who had less than 10 people with him, but they were all annihilated. Although the results sounded unbelievable, he felt a little better when he thought about how the people who died were sent by Ruilala. Now, even the people sent by the new government couldn't find the Chinese ambassador. What kind of people were the people around the Chinese ambassador? How powerful were they? Since when were the people sent by the Chinese side so powerful? They were so powerful that he couldn't sit still. We also find it unbelievable. After all, the people sent by Ruilala weren't elites. It's normal for them to fail. However, the people we sent out were the elites of the military group, and even they lost track of them. Leader Klitschin, the people around the Chinese ambassador are more powerful than we thought. The situation of the new government official was much better than that of Ruilala's subordinate. Although he was also reporting bad news, Klitschin, the leader of the new government of the neighboring country, would not pull out his gun and shoot. He secretly wiped the fine hair on his forehead and said softly, "General Wu Wainu is very angry." He ordered his men to block the sentry posts outside the city. No one is allowed to leave. In the city, the war between the old government and the new government was not over. The whole city was locked down, and even the civilians couldn't leave. They could only stay at home. Only this city was locked down, and no one was allowed to leave. The other cities did not implement this. The civilians who were afraid of war fled with their families, not daring to stay in their homes that were destroyed by artillery fire. The new government and the old government knew that the Chinese ambassador had not left the city, but so what? They didn't know where the Chinese ambassador was hiding. For the neighboring country, this was definitely a disgraceful thing. The Chinese ambassador was in their country, in the city, but they didn't know where he was. It was too embarrassing. Klitschin also felt embarrassed, but this matter was handled by General Wu Wainu. He couldn't interfere too much in case General Wu Wainu misunderstood that he was questioning the ability of the military group. But what if the Chinese ambassador left and returned to China? There was a Chinese saying, "There is no turning back." They had already made up their minds and did not regret the decision they had made. If the Chinese ambassador discovered their intentions and told the Chinese leaders, the diplomatic relations between the neighboring countries and China were not so friendly. "We will follow your arrangements, General Wu Wainu. The new government will continue to cooperate fully." Klitschin thanked General Wu Wainu, who was close to the Western nation. The new policies and the military were inseparable, and they absolutely could not clash. Since they were both working for a common goal, it was natural to maintain the relationship between both sides. The old government and the new government did not give up on searching for the Chinese ambassador. They fired and sent people to search for him. Yi Qian, who had been sleeping on the bed, was woken up by the gunshot. She leaped up from the bed and quickly rushed to the window. Her slender fingers gently lifted a corner of the heavy curtains. The entire city was in chaos. Even their slums, which were located at the edge of the city and not far from the suburbs, were affected. Chapter 23:13. There was a knock on the door. Yi Qian gently put down the curtains and walked to the door. She heard J5 say in a low voice, "Open the door, it's us." The door opened and J5, K7, Shuang, Qin Xiu, and V8 walked in one after another. All 5 of them had serious expressions and their eyes were dark. It was obvious that they were not optimistic about the current situation. Everyone underestimated Ruilala's madness. He has already started a civil war on a large scale. The entire neighboring country has fallen into a civil war on a larger scale than 1994. Sitting down, Qin Xiu's elegant and handsome face was dark and gloomy. Even the habitual gentle smile at the corner of his mouth had disappeared. He might have known that he would be defeated, and before he died, he dragged the new policies of the neighboring country down with him. Our current situation is the worst that I had imagined. His gaze slowly swept across the faces of the special forces in front of him and slowly stopped on Yi Qian's face. He stared at her deeply. I actually had a call with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the early morning. Ruilala's existence is a threat to our country. He dared to instigate a rebellion because he has the support of the Western hegemonic countries. He has enough ammunition and military support behind him. Therefore, he must be eliminated. He must not be allowed to contact any of the neighboring countries' armed forces. Especially the new policy. The new policy has always wanted to gain the support of the Western hegemonic countries. If the Western hegemonic countries want the new policy and the old policy to work together, the combined forces of both sides will further democratize the entire country. This is not necessarily a good thing for our country. V8 seemed to have thought of something and nodded in understanding. What you said to Yi Qian in the car before was actually a warning to us in advance, right? In the car, he told Yi Qian that the other half of his responsibility was to see the new policy and the old policy cross-fire again. In fact, it was not a last-minute decision made during the negotiation, but a joint decision made with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the early morning. V8 was completely convinced by the courage and insight of the diplomat in front of him, who was no less than a soldier. With Qin Xiu's explanation, J5, Shuang, and K7 didn't look as worried anymore. J5 even smiled and said, "As long as our country has a plan, we'll be fine. Right now, we just need to leave this place safely and gather with our other comrades." Qin Xiu had never asked about the military's arrangements. He didn't know where the other special forces soldiers were or what they were doing. Out of curiosity, he didn't ask. Just like how the special forces protecting him did not ask about his arrangements with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, these were all secrets of their respective professions. Outside the room, there was a series of thuds. It sounded like something was hitting the wooden floor. It came from afar until it finally stopped outside the room. The J5 in the room said in a low voice, "It's the sound of the shop owner. It should be the things we asked for." Just as he finished speaking, the owner of the motorcycle repair shop hissed, "Everything you need is here. Come down and have a look." After the innkeeper finished speaking, he left without waiting for a response. When Yi Qian heard this, he understood that the innkeeper was also a person who could not walk. There seemed to be a lot of people who could not walk in Linzhou, both men and women. J5 walked away. V8 smiled and said, "He's pretty good. No wonder we took such a long detour to find him." He was referring to the shop owner. After leaving for a while, J5 came back. "Everything is here. Come down and have a look. Ambassador, come down and have a look." This was an inconspicuous motorcycle repair shop. The outside was as run down as a house in the slums. However, when they walked in, they realized that it was a completely different world. Chapter 23:14. J5 led Yi Jian downstairs to the basement of the small building. After passing through a dim underground passage, she turned right and saw a snow-white light in front of her. It gave her the illusion that she was at the entrance to heaven from hell. Compared to the darkness of the building, the light in the basement where the guns were placed was so white that it was somewhat blinding. Yi Jian saw the owner of the shop. He was a middle-aged man whose right leg was broken and his pants were tied in a knot. He was slovenly dressed. Although the middle-aged man was disabled, he had a pair of eagle-like eyes. His gaze gave off an inexplicable sense of eeriness. 6 submachine guns, 6 pistols, each with 3 magazines. You, compare the numbers yourselves. Come out and tell me. The gun testing room is next door. There aren't many bullets. Try your guns sparingly. The owner with damaged vocal cords spoke slowly and limped away with his cane. When he passed by Yi Jian, he suddenly turned back to look at her. Yi Jian noticed his gaze and immediately turned back to look at him. He did not expect to be caught by Yi Jian the moment he turned back. After a short pause, he looked into Yi Jian's eyes. His eagle-like eyes flashed with a strange light. You are very beautiful. He did not offend or flirt with Yi Jian. His voice was low and hoarse, as if he was reminiscing about something. He sounded a little sad. Yi Jian did not know how to answer for a moment. Finally, he nodded slightly. Thank you. He has a daughter. When she was 10 years old, she was burned to ashes by artillery fire. J5 handed an American-made submachine gun to Yi Jian. Before his daughter died in the explosion, he had about 4,000 soldiers under his command. After his daughter was killed, he disbanded the 4,000 soldiers and went to seek revenge on Ruilala alone. Unfortunately, he didn't get his revenge. Instead, he lost a leg. After recovering from his injury, he became the biggest arms dealer in this area. He's a man of his word. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Qin Xiu here to stay. The man didn't seem to understand English. When he saw Yi Jian take the gun, he nodded very lightly as if to show his appreciation. Yi Jian did not look at him again. He lifted the gun with both hands to check if it was okay. As he lifted his hand, the silver wire wrapped around his wrist flashed a silver light under the snow-white light. Behind him, the man who had not left said, "You better not show the silver wire in your hand to us and the Sun Island." Yi Jian, who didn't understand the language of the neighboring country, realized that the man who hadn't left was talking to him. He looked at the J5 who had been communicating with him in the neighboring country's language. J5 was looking at the silver wire in Yi Jian's hand. He always thought that it was Yi Jian's favorite silver jewelry. He didn't expect that, it was actually a self-defense weapon. Seeing Yi Jian's questioning look, J5 pointed to the silver wire on her wrist. He said that you'd better not show the silver wire on your wrist easily when you arrive at the neighboring countries and the Japanese island. Yi Jian was shocked. He turned around and looked at the man with his dark, clear eyes. You know where it came from? J5 translated. The man nodded. His dark lips, which had been smoking all year round, moved slowly. I know. It's very powerful. It's very good that you have it. This time, he didn't speak the neighboring country's language. He replied in broken Chinese, pausing every word. Here, it's best not to show it. It's not good. The Silver Wire Summer team had investigated its origin before, but they didn't find anything. A few years later, they didn't expect that an unremarkable arms dealer would recognize it at a glance. Yi Jian was shocked, but at the same time, he became vigilant. Chapter 23:15. You're going back to China. You, come with me. The man said in a hoarse voice as he limped out of the basement with his crutches. When he suddenly said, back to China, J5's expression did not change. Yi Jian and the others' expressions turned cold. V8 even raised the gun in his hand. J5 pressed down on V8's hand and stared at the man's back as he slowly walked away. He said to Yi Jian, he doesn't mean any harm. Yi Jian, go with him and see what's going on. His name is Kuan Dan. You can call him by his name. Anyone who knew Kuan Dan knew that not only was Kuan Dan good at keeping secrets, but he also never chatted with the customers who came to him. If the customers wanted guns and ammunition, he would provide them. The guns were good and the money was clear. He would continue to live in this motorcycle repair shop that few people would come to. Yi Qian did not trust the man, but he trusted J5. He nodded and stepped forward to catch up with the man who had a strange expression and behavior. Let's go test the guns first. J5 waited for Yi Qian to pass through the dim underground passage before he said to V8 and the others, hurry up. I'll go take a look. I'm a bit worried. V8's thick eyebrows furrowed. You test the guns with them. Trust me, brother. Yi Qian will be fine. J5 smiled and patted his comrade's shoulder. I can guess why Kuan Dan said Yi Qian is very beautiful. Yi Qian's eyes are a bit like his daughter's. I've seen his daughter's picture. Qin Xiu was also very worried. Someone who could provide firearms, even if one of his legs was disabled, was still a dangerous person. Ambassador, let's test the guns first. Don't worry, I promise that Yi Qian will be fine. J5 had already seen Yi Qian walk out of the basement just now. Even an excellent diplomat like them subconsciously took a small step forward, intending to follow him. He smiled and said, although he's a dangerous person, he can guarantee the safety of all the customers who come here to take guns. Shuang had already finished checking the numbers. They took the pile of lethal weapons and entered the gun testing room. It was a very professional shooting room. Qin Xiu put on his earmuffs, held the gun in a very standard posture, and fired a bullet. Not bad, there was a bullet hole in the target. Qin Xiu turned back to look at his side. He had a faint smile on his face. He had held the gun and tried it out, but these Special Forces soldiers had checked the inside and out of the gun before they started shooting. Bang 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 bang, the few of them finished shooting at the same time. The sound of the gunshots was so loud that he could hear it even with his earmuffs. After the pistol test, the few of them picked up the micro guns at the same time. His movements were so neat that it was as if he had practiced it thousands of times and could maintain the same movement without any communication. Bang 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 bang, compared to his serious shooting, the Special Forces soldiers' shooting was much more casual. When they picked up their guns, they didn't even see how they aimed before the bullets were fired. This was the difference between him and them. As the saying went, every field has its own specialization. Outside, Yi Qian saw Kuan Dan use an iron hook to hook open a manhole cover. He turned his head and pointed down. Without saying anything, he went down first. Yi Qian pursed his lips, took a light breath, and slowly followed him down. Under the manhole cover was a simple ladder welded with steel bars. Although Kuan Dan only had one leg, his arm strength was quite impressive. He used one leg to climb up the ladder. The seemingly inconspicuous motorcycle repair shop was full of surprises. Under the manhole cover was a complicated underground air-raid shelter that was warm in winter and cool in summer. Kuan Dan lived here and had everything he needed. Yi Qian walked in and stood at the exit. He didn't walk in immediately. Chapter 23:16. J5 said that Kuan Dan meant no harm, but since he knew about Silver Thread's background, it was better to be cautious. Sit. Kuan Dan pointed at a leather sofa that was neither new nor old. He walked into another bomb shelter as if he didn't see Yi Qian standing at the exit. When he came out, he had a common black plastic bag in his hand. He said to Yi Qian, "It's not easy for you guys to escape. The leaders of Ruilala, New Deal, military group, and a few ethnic armed forces are looking for you." Kuan Dan's Mandarin was not fluent, and his vocal cords were damaged. When he spoke, he paused for a few seconds before continuing. It took him twice as long to finish a sentence compared to a normal person. Yi Qian was a very vigilant person. When he suddenly said these words, a fierce look flashed across her eyes. She looked at Kuan Dan quietly and pursed her lips slightly. She remained silent and did not respond to what he said. "You're so beautiful." Kuan Dan, who was looking into Yi Qian's eyes, suddenly said this. His voice was hoarse and slightly sorrowful. He had been looking into Yi Qian's eyes the whole time. It was as if he was trying to recall another person's face through Yi Qian's eyes. Could it be that she looked like an old friend of his? Yi Qian couldn't figure out what he was thinking. She lowered her eyes slightly and replied with a faint smile, "Thank you for your compliment." "You're welcome. What I said was the truth. Qian, your eyes are the most beautiful." Kuan Dan put his walking stick aside and opened the black plastic bag with both hands. He took out a stack of photos and slowly selected them before handing them to Yi Qian. "Look at them. They're all people who want to look for you guys." "I know." Yi Qian was shocked when she took a look at the photos. These people were all faces that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had asked her to remember when she was in China. And now, Kuan Dan said that these people were looking for them. How did he know? Yi Qian concealed the sharpness in her eyes and asked politely without showing it on her face, "Mr. Kuan Dan, how did you know that these people were looking for us?" Yi Qian didn't want to admit their identities at first, but Kuan Dan was clearly aware of their identities and had deliberately reminded him. Yi Qian didn't sense any malice from the beginning to the end. He asked, "Other than knowing that they're looking for us, what else do you know? Many of them don't want you to leave. Clichin, the new government, does not want to. He wants to stop you and let Ruella suffer." Although Kuan Dan spoke intermittently, the amount of information that was revealed was enough to make Yi Qian's heart sink. He looked at Kuan Dan with a cold and sharp gaze. Just now, Qin Xiu only mentioned that Ruella would attack crazily, but he didn't mention anything about the new policies. And now, Kundan was telling him that the new policy was actually so despicable. They took the opportunity to fish in troubled waters and frame Ruella. The temperature in Yi Qian's eyes dropped rapidly. They were so cold that they were like a ball of snow that never melted. He exuded a chilling aura. "Mr. Kuan Dan, how do you know so much?" "I'm a businessman. I have a lot of information. Someone sold me." "I know when the news comes out," Kuan Dan said calmly. "I'm telling you that it's very difficult to leave. It's even more difficult to leave alive. You can listen to my arrangements. It'll be easier." The entire city was locked down. All vehicles were banned. Even motorcycles were not allowed to pass. It was very, very difficult to leave alive under such circumstances. Chapter 23:17. Yi Qian was a little tempted, but she didn't trust Kuan Dan. However, she didn't mind listening to his arrangements first. She asked politely, "Mr. Kuan Dan, can you tell me about your arrangements now?" Then she would go back and discuss it with her comrades to see if it was feasible. Kuan Dan was experienced and could naturally see Yi Qian's concerns. He didn't feel much about it. He only felt that the girl's eyes, especially when they were fierce, resembled his daughter begging him to take her out to play. Her watery eyes were like burning stars when she wasn't satisfied. Just like the Chinese girl in front of him, bright, sparkling, and exceptionally beautiful. Kuan Dan, who had deep memories in his eyes, didn't bicker with Yi Qian. He couldn't bear to bicker with those lively and beautiful eyes. If his daughter was still alive, she would be almost 20 years old. Map, motorcycles. Leave. Go this way. It's safe. He took out a waterproof map from a black plastic bag. There were many routes marked on it with a red fountain pen. This was a map that Kuan Dan often used. It was also the route that his side used to transport firearms. Yi Qian, who didn't know why Kuan Dan was helping them, narrowed his eyes when he saw the map. Kuan Dan was an arms dealer. J5 only had a business relationship with him. Why would he risk his life to help them? He was from Lin, and they were the Chinese that Lin's new policies wanted to eliminate. Yi Jian felt a little uneasy about accepting his help. She also felt very uneasy. Kuan Dan only looked into Yi Qian's eyes. As for what she was thinking, he didn't consider it at all. He also didn't think that what he was doing now was equivalent to going against the new policies. Yi Qian didn't understand, but Kuan Dan knew very well why he was helping this group of Chinese people. He knew very well. There are 4 checkpoints in the city. You guys, from here. He pointed at the map with a finger covered in black grease. He immediately looked up and stared unblinkingly into Yi Qian's eyes. On the mountain, there are secret routes for illegal immigration and drug trafficking. It's much safer than other places. You guys, get on your motorcycles and rush out. He pointed out a secret route for Yi Qian. It was a secret route used by drug and arms dealers. Finally, he told Yi Qian where he could enter Chinese territory. Yi Qian felt that the map in her hand was a little heavy. She pursed her lips and said softly, "Thank you. You're welcome. This is my daughter. Look." Kuan Dan took out a picture from his pocket. His hands were dirty, and there was grease between his fingers, but the picture in his pocket was clean like a new one. Actually, this was a photo from 10 years ago. The date was very clear at the bottom right corner of the photo. Yi Qian looked at the little girl in the photo. She looked to be about 11 or 12.